invested in research, trying to find out more about dragons, and he's been very sort of despondent and very concerned about his dragonborn friend, to the point now where he just doesn't really feel like he's all that useful to you guys. So he will just spend most of his time now hanging out at the manor so that you guys don't have to pay a guard. But he'll be there doing research, trying to find out more about dragons. And if he comes back, he comes back. If he doesn't, we'll use his character as an NPC for you guys. He will be a dragon expert by the time we get around to it. That we'll just say that that's what he's doing. Is that he is doing a lot of research into the dragons to find out what he can find out, what these the cults may be attempting to do, and that type of stuff, so he can be a person, an NPC of valuable information.
Sounds good.
And let's see. So where we had left off, I don't remember who was going where, but some of you were going to investigate the bodies that were taken, and some of you were going to investigate the mechanical bird that had flown towards the temple of the Allhammer.
I think it was either Astrid or Astrid and Zameen going with Richter.
I was going to look for the bird.
I think it was just Astrid and Richter going to the body.
Okay. Yeah, because isn't Zameen the one who saw the bird?
Yeah.
And Ilbrin was actually going to, but
yes,
because he saw it as well. But and so, and again, as a depending on how we want to do this, there are a few people that you could use until we figure out fully what we're going to do. Obviously, Valora could help, but she's not even on this continent at the moment. She's in Wildmount. Malira could possibly help you as an NPC. She's in Craghammer. If he's still alive, Trike could probably actually help you as well.
Don't you get my hopes up.
As a mage, to sort of take Elvin's place.
I think we're good with 4, honestly. But I like harder difficulty, so I mean, anytime you could threaten to kill us, I'm happy.
See, you say that now.
No, I honestly, that's one of my biggest things. Like, if I don't feel like I might die in combat, it's kind of like, eh.
Well, it's just like going through the motions. If you feel like I'm just counting down the seconds until we win this fight.
Yeah.
So, what do we want to look at first?
Well, I know Richter is probably going to be quick. He just wants to go check the body and see if he could find any like jewelry or anything like that that would be a trademark of what he would describe it or realize as trike. And I think you said they were probably taking the bodies to the Raven Sanctuary. Okay. Then yeah, I don't think it'll take long at all if you want to just do that quick.
All right. So you head off to the Raven Queen's temple, and like in most places, the temple is off to the side streets. It's not quite as elaborate as some of the others. Doesn't have anywhere near as much traffic going into it. But you do, as you enter, you do see a few people milling about.
Do I see any like the guards that were carrying them, or have it kind of just been left to the like priest?
Yeah, they just would have been left.
All right, I'm gonna actually look at Astrid and say I'm not great with religious people. Will you see if you can talk to them?
Yes, I could. And she'll just step up to one of the priests there and be like, Hello, my name is Astrid Luvenhelm, and we were in the area where the fireball detonated, and my friend here may know one of the individuals who was unfortunately killed. Is it all right if we see the bodies?
They sort of just give Richter kind of like look like beyond Astrid and sort of look and sort of nod and wave you guys over. Um, and they do let you sort of inspect the bodies, and even though it's been a few hours, there's still a bit of a smell. It is burnt, you know, the burnt body, so there's fat and skin and hair that has been burnt, and it still smells kind of bad. Um, they do appear to be smaller bodies. Um, you don't notice any particular like metal or jewelry per se. The only metal that you do see appear to be buckles from like belts. Um, you do notice that both of the charred bodies do appear to be wearing like leather jerkins, which is
Okay,
not
so
something you would have
yeah.
ever seen Shrike wear.
Okay. Can I put a finger on the lips and check the teeth to see? Like, I don't know if he had a fucking missing tooth or something, but just to see if I could recognize like anything.
I mean, you can do that, but you don't notice
Yeah. Okay.
anything in particular. I mean,
Oh.
the one thing that you would see is that the what you can see the remains of the clothing is that you do see that it does appear to be sort of leather armor, leather jerkin. That even when Trike came to see you in Whitestone, you had pretty much always seen him in Lyceum robes.
Richter kind of just let like a big sigh out and just look at Asher and say, "Well, I don't think it was him. This that he would have no need to wear this sort of armor."
Oh, that is a relief then.
Yes. Still quite worried that he hasn't responded to you, especially since he has before. But it's good to know that he's not definitely dead.
I will certainly keep trying, Victor.
Yes. Of course. So, should we go try to find Lilith and Zamin?
Yes, I could also cast Speak with Dead if you would like me to.
Looking over the bodies, does it look like it would have an effect? Like, are they too far charred to even like have a mouth or anything, or is it
Actually, both of you make a religion check first.
religion? All right. Ooh, +8, and I got an 11.
I would say that even not particularly difficult, even with the 10, I think you would both probably recognize that the Temple of the Raven Queen would probably not be a great place to attempt that spell. They are all about if Astrid or Tara, you wouldn't know this probably because you probably gotten to this part of the thing, but one of the things that the Raven Queen is all about is the journey from life to death and making sure that that happens. So undead or anything sort of like appearing to be is pretty taboo as far as they're concerned. The Raven Queen herself despises the undead, so even though this is not technically, still probably not a thing that you'd want to do in the temple.
I'm gonna say Astrid knows that, but she will ask Richter anyway.
Well, if Richter knows that, he would say it may be helpful, but I don't know if this is the place. If I don't does like I don't know what to say.
Because I mean, just think about it. Because like you would have
Yeah.
basically a burnt skeleton sitting up and starting to talk, and a
Yeah.
temple that is sort of like anti-undead. So like even if they recognize what you were doing, it would be frowned upon.
Richter will just kind of shake his head. This may not be the place for that.
Well, I suppose that is true. So shall we get back to the others then? See if We can catch on their trail, perhaps, I suppose.
Yeah. Did we know where they were heading? Because I think we were all together when the bird was seen.
Yeah, I mean,
And we knew they were heading to the temple district as well.
this is where you guys are actually, so it shouldn't
Yeah.
be too far to
Okay,
get.
then yeah, we'll just walk around until we could hopefully eventually find him.
Wow, that's pretty easy to spot.
True.
How
Um,
dare you?
He's
So-
only 2 feet taller than most people.
and he's bald and white. I'm white, not just like, Caucasian white. So Zameen and Lalith, as you get closer to the Temple of the All Hammer, you do notice that this temple actually it reminds you very much of the buildings and the architecture that you saw in Craghammer. If you'll recall, last time when you were tracking Bird, you saw it sort of go up to the top of the temple and then kind of disappear down. And so as you're sort of standing there watching the top of the temple and you see this bird come down, you do actually see what appears to be a Nimblewright sort of like pop up for a second, and it sort of appears to look around, and then it sort of like goes back down. It almost looks like it's going down a spiral staircase. So like when people do that thing, like they're walking behind a couch and they just sort of like crouch down, so it looks like they're going down steps. That's kind of what you see from the ground, is you see this sort of like what appears to be walking downstairs.
Oh. Yeah, so if we were looking for a nimble, right, there's one.
And it was with
Why?
a mechanical bird we've just seen leaving the crime scene as well.
Okay, so either someone at this temple is in on what happened, or they were trying to protect. I think we need to go about this in a pretty non-confrontational way, I would say. I don't want to end up getting exploded by a Nimblewright.
I mean, I would suggest trying to sneak in, but unfortunately I don't think 2 people in heavy armour, and especially my size, would be able to sneak past anyone in broad daylight.
And my cloak does sort of stand out, especially probably around the Temple of the Allhammer, being a giant Palor signal and all.
So, the front door it is then.
All right, well, this should be interesting. Let's go talk to people who may have tried to kill us.
All right. So, as you walk into the Temple of the Allhammer, you do notice a few things that kind of strike you as slightly different, though not out of place. That it does appear to have a fair amount of clockwork type of machinery around the place. That the Allhammer is worshipped by smiths and artisans and miners, and obviously a fair amount of tinkerers, by the looks of what you can see here. So you do see, as you walk in addition to sort of the symbol of the Allhammer, which is just sort of like a couple of dwarven turned faces on what appears to be sort of a two-sided mace. You do see that there is a couple of they're probably about 4 feet tall, of like sort of working model clock towers. They're obviously not full clock towers. They're relatively small, but you see a few of them placed throughout. They appear to be clicking in time with each other, and you can see that there are a few people that appear to be tinkering with things. Like there, you see like there's somebody that seems to be working on some sort of like mechanical turtle or something. It's hard to tell. Looks like it's got kind of a shell type thing. Not quite sure exactly what it is. The person that sort of you would assume is there to sort of greet you, somebody who's there isn't really like a reception desk or anything, but there is somebody who sort of catches your eye and is standing more the center of the chamber that you walk into, sort of looking around, just viewing everything that's happening. And it appears to be a priest of the Allhammer that strikes you right away as someone that you don't see too often. She's a dragonborn, um, fairly large, female. She does have a tail, you notice. But from what you can gather, it appears that she is actually do a perception check, both of you. So Lalith, you guess, you're not 100% sure, but from the sort of the as the light sort of catches her, you would guess she's probably has like some bronze dragon ancestry in her. She does appear to have a metallic dragon. Um, your guess would be bronze. Not 100% sure.
Fair enough.
But that's for the most part what you see as you enter the temple. It's kind of loud. In addition to sort of that clockwork noises, there are people that are tinkering, and they do have a few anvils that are being struck. But you can hear each other speak without screaming.
Zameen, would you care to take point, or should I?
That would be fine by me. I'm pretty used to being in temples, just not quite one like this. Hello, excuse me. My name is Amin. I have some questions for you, about what may have happened earlier.
And
Do you have time to talk?
She sort of looks down at you a little bit. She's not quite as tall as you, Lalith, but she's pretty big dragonborn, and she just sort of, you guess it's a smile with a dragonborn. It's just kind of scary. But she just kind of nods and kind of has that sort of peaceful, kind of closes her eyes a little bit and nods at you and introduces herself and says that my name is Valletta. Welcome to the Temple of the Allhammer. I'd be happy to speak with you. What can I do for you?
Yes, so we recently acquired some property, pretty close to the temple district over here, and I'm not sure if you've heard about it, but there was an explosion, a pretty bad one, and many people have died. Have you heard of what happened?
You can see that sort of a look of concern sort of comes over her face, and she says, I haven't heard anything specifically. I did hear about the explosion, but I wasn't aware of any details beyond that.
Well, this is a bit odd. I am a follower of Paylor, and this is not quite my temple. But I do want to be honest with you. We did hear from a few people that there may have been a nimble rite involved. We also saw a mechanical bird leave the scene. It landed here at your temple, and we also saw the same nimble rite that people were describing. Do you have any idea what may have taken place with this? I'm not saying you had anything to do with it, but I want to make sure that we have correct information, as we may have possibly been the target.
Sorry, did you mention that you saw it on the roof, or no?
I mentioned that somebody said they saw one near the explosion.
Okay, but you didn't say that you saw it on the top of the temple.
I said that we did see a bird, a mechanical bird, and it did land here.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I was typing and I wasn't sure if you said that. I know that you mentioned it, but I wasn't sure if you were talking about the explosion or the temple. So yeah, she kind of sighs a little bit, and she makes mention of the fact that we do have a nimble right here in this temple. His name is Nim, and he does have a pet bird. Don't know what he calls it. I can take you to see him if you'd like.
Sure. I wasn't aware of the fact that they spoke. I've only ever seen them in the parades.
He understands, but he can't speak. He has a bit of a simple sign language that he uses, and some of us here can understand what he's saying.
Then I suppose that may be the best course of action.
And we'll say that Astrid and Richter, you are able to catch up to them as well. Just so that we don't go through this whole thing without you guys.
Sounds good.
So we'll say that you guys come up towards the end of the conversation, and you all, if you all want to go up to meet this Nim, you can.
Sure.
All right. So she sort of motions you guys over to sort of this darkened corner, and she sort of hits this switch on the backside of the wall, and you can see it's kind of cool, kind of impressive actually, because it's more clockwork stuff where this sort of spiral staircase comes spinning down from the ceiling. It's kind of loud. This isn't exactly like perfected technology, but she leads you up these stairs, and it's pretty high. What you would consider to be sort of if there was an attic in this temple, that this is where you would be going. However, when you get there, Valletta attempts to open the door to the room that Nim stays in, and she notices that the door has been fitted with a new lock, and she doesn't recognize the lock or have any key to open it. She looks kind of baffled and says, I don't know what this is. I don't know if he did this himself or...
Would you mind if one of us had an attempt to open the door?
Well,
Please.
perhaps first Valletta should just knock on the door, see if Nim will answer.
And can I just see if I can check and see, is she really confused that this is happening, or...
I can do an insight check. She seems confused to you, yeah.
I don't know why with all these plus sixes I'm rolling eights.
That always happens.
Well, the thing is, I know how to open it, but I do not have it ready because I learned it when we leveled. All right, Richter's gonna look at everyone and say, "You said you saw him on the roof?"
Well, the bird, we saw the bird on the roof originally of where the explosion happened, and it flew here. And from what I was told when I was asking around about the event that occurred, that someone saw, I guess his name is Nim, on the roof prior to the explosion as well. If he has fitted this door with a new lock, I am worried that possibly your Nim is under someone else's control at this point.
Richter's gonna look at Layla, or look at the Valletta and say, "Is there a way in from the roof?"
He does have a way to get out onto the roof. Yes, he's been told not to go out during the daytime, however.
Layla, I can get you up there if you want to try that way. I can't get us all up there, but if he tries to run...
I can certainly go up, enter and open the door from the other side.
That too. I can make you fly if you want for the next hour.
I'd probably be fine for the next couple of minutes, but an hour will suffice.
You can always land. You don't have to fly. It's just you'd be capable of it.
Well, that's mildly disturbing and good to know.
I look at her and I just say, I'm not sure. This is your temple. Would you be okay if I tried to let him go up and open it from the other side?
Well, if he has the rooftop access closed, there's no way to open it from the outside. It would just look like the roof. There's no handle.
And I did see him coming down from the roof while we were approaching the temple.
There's no windows that go into this room?
Nope.
Okay.
I guess maybe we could just knock and see if he wants to talk.
Yes, perhaps Valletta should be the one who knocks and says something first.
Lilith, would you still like to be able to fly in case he tries to escape?
Sure.
He just really wants you to fly.
Well, no, I picture us knocking and then immediately just hearing the roof open and him running.
Well, how about this? You can cast fly. I'll stay on the roof. If he lets us in, you can tell him to open the roof access, and let me in. If not, and he tries to run, I'll be up there.
And and I can send you a message to let you know what's happening.
Precisely. So it covers multiple situations.
Yeah, I'll just tap Lilith on the chest and cast fly on him.
And just in case, I'm going to cast aid, and I'm going to put it actually on Richter, Lilith, and Astrid.
You sure you need to give it me?
Just in case you get in there and he's not so friendly.
Very well.
Thank you.
Richter is quite disappointed he's not going to see Layla's first attempt at flying, but that's okay.
Well, there's ways around that. I'll just start flying whilst holding the building, climbing up it.
So she doesn't. Hold on a second. She will knock on the door and roll a persuasion check to see if he will open the door for you guys. And he does not. I will allow one of you guys to attempt to persuade him if you'd like.
I'm no longer there.
This would be good for Ilbrin because he has a high charisma.
I mean, I've got a +4 in persuasion, so it could have helped with me being there.
Yeah, I have
Astrid's
a
got
+1.
+4 too, so.
I got a +2, so yeah, go for it, Astrid.
Hey.
21. So, what do you say, Astrid, to get him to open the door?
I just say, hey, hello, my name is Astrid Lubenham. Valletta is here with us. I'm sure you trust her. She's part of the temple, of course. All I want to do is just to speak with you if you want to give us just a few moments of your time here.
And after about 5 to 10 seconds, the door clicks open.
As soon as I hear the door start opening, I'm going to point to a direction where I'm assuming he's flying around and try to send him a message and just say, the door's opening, I'll fill you in when anything happens.
Okay.
Let's see if there were... So I had shown this to you before, but this is essentially what you see. He does not currently have any clothing, so he doesn't have that big hat. It doesn't have that sort of robe, and he's not carrying a sword. But that is essentially what you're looking at as far as Nim is concerned. Just a naked nimble right, essentially.
Do I see a bird anywhere?
Make a perception check.
Can Astrid make one too?
Yep. You don't see a bird. You need the investigation check.
Yeah, right. +0. 14.
Nope. Looks like the roof.
Woohoo!
So you can see that Nim starts to move his hands around a little bit, which you believe to be that sort of simple sign language that Valletta had alluded to previously.
Can I roll intelligence to see if I can discern what he's trying to say?
Sure.
All right. 14 also.
It doesn't look like any sort of sign language that you would have been familiar with.
Okay.
So she says that she informs Nim that she's moving her. She can. The thing is that he can understand common. So she said, explains why you all are here, and that they had seen him, and that they have some questions or you have some questions that you would like to ask him.
Hello?
I'm gonna put my hand up for Zamina and say, first, can we ask him to open the roof so Layla could get in?
Yeah, and he pulls a little lever and it opens up. You have to jump back a little bit, Lila, because you were actually standing close to where it was. And then you see that this sort of like same sort of similar thing where it was sort of like laying flat up against the ceiling, and as he pulled the access, the roof sort of slid open a little bit, and then the spiral staircase kind of uncoiled.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
You have to kind of go sideways because it is sort of narrow and you're a little bit too big to go down there. You kind of have to duck a little bit, but
I'm getting used to that at this stage.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, thank you for doing that, Nim. We had a question. There was an explosion, not too long ago, on the roof of a house. Someone said they saw you. Can you tell us why you were there?
And he starts signing, and as he's signing, you see that Valletta starts to get. You can see that she's starting to become a little bit annoyed, and it's taking a while. So it looks like he's like really explaining something somewhat complicated. It takes a while to sort of like make all these gestures and try to make his point. And Valletta sort of like, you can see that she's kind of like gritting her teeth a little bit, explains that Nim says it's not him, but in fact he himself created another Nimblewright that he built to ease his loneliness.
Would it be possible, by looking at how he was signing, like whether there was pauses or by how she's reacting, that if they were lying?
I don't think there's any way you would be able to tell if. I mean, you can make a perception check or a insight check on her to see if she's saying exactly what he, like if she's trying to tell the truth, but you wouldn't be able to tell what he was doing. I mean, best you can tell, yeah, she seems to be relaying whatever it is that he's saying.
So, you were lonely. That is sad. I am sorry. I understand. But the other that you created, do you know where they are or why they were there?
And he signs a little bit. He signs, and this is Valletta doesn't believe him because he says, "No, I don't know what happened to him, and I don't know where he is." Um, and Valletta sort of gets angry and starts belittling him a little bit, saying, and she says, Nim, I'm going to take all of your stuff out of here.
Can I try to stop her from that real quick? Can I like just hold my hand up to her and I'm gonna say, if he may be telling the truth, you know him and you weren't sure that he was building another one, so why should he be absolutely positive where this one went? I don't think it's right to assume he's just lying.
Nim, excuse me. The reason why we are asking these questions is because we are also investigating for Sawyer Kincaid. We are investigating this incident. The last thing that we want is for your creation, your new friend, to be possibly implicated if he's innocent. All we want to know is where he is, so we can bring him back safely. Are you sure you do not know where he is?
And he kind of slumps a little bit. You can even see his shoulders kind of slump a little bit, and he walks over to what appears to be a workbench, and he starts moving stuff around. Here, too many stuff up. Where'd it go? So he pulls out this contraption, and Zameen, since you were talking to him and saying that it was sad that he was lonely and stuff, he actually hands this device to you.
Wow.
Oh,
Astrid looks very excited. She says, "Oh, that is amazing. Did you build that too?"
He nods, and then he starts explaining to Valletta, who then relays that this is actually a Nimblewright detector. And he sort of walks over and shows you like how it kind of works, because you can see there's that like big handle like trigger thing on there. So he sort of like shows that you like hold that down, and again explaining through Valletta that the you have to hold down the trigger. So essentially, as you're walking around, you have to keep that in your hand, and you have to keep the trigger held down. If you come within 500 feet of a Nimblewright, other than Nim, does not work on him. That umbrella at the top will actually start to spin and click and start making a bunch of noises. And it actually will spin faster the closer that you get to it. And with it will reach essentially its maximum spinning speed and noise at within 30 feet. So you can't exactly pinpoint, but once it stops getting any faster, you're within 30 feet of a Nimblewright.
thank you for this, Nim. We will try our best to find them. But you have no idea why they would have been there. There were other people seen leaving the explosion. Someone stole something. We believe someone used a special necklace to create the explosion. Some people think it may have been the other Nimblewright. We want to make sure that no one tries to destroy your creation if they were innocent.
And Nim basically explains that it probably should be destroyed. That it was a mistake to create it. He has no control over it, and it's just as likely that this thing was involved, and that he takes responsibility for it.
Is that why you sent your bird to try and find him?
He just nods.
Oh, that is most honorable of you, Nim.
Was there anywhere special that you used to meet with it, so to spend time together or something like that?
He said that it was they. He was never meant to leave essentially the attic. Um, it was just somebody to keep him company. And he said it's probably been about a month that this thing just ran away, and it seemed to be agitated and confused, and it just ran, and Nim hasn't seen it since.
I think I have that purple voodoo doll that we bought from the strange store.
Right?
Can I give it to Nim and just say, thank you for helping us. I bought this not too long ago. I thought it was a little funny. Maybe it can keep you company. It doesn't talk, but it's something from the outside world. Maybe when you look at it, you can know that there are people out there and that create like you did.
And he takes it, and he sort you can see that he holds it up to his face like he's looking at it, and then he walks over and he puts it up on his workbench.
Can I look at Valletta real quick and just say, is there a reason he's not permitted to leave here?
Because he's not even supposed to be what he is. He would probably be destroyed if he was even known to exist in most places of the city.
I thought he was just kept here until the parade came. I've seen them in public before.
Right, but they're not supposed to have independent thought and be able to create other things.
May I ask, and you don't have to answer this, but where did he come from, and curious how this happened?
Best we can gather, he's been enchanted by a wizard. He's been here for many, many years, and we're not exactly sure how he got here. Best we can gather, there was a wizard in Marquette that brought him here, but we don't know why he is the way that he is, because we create automatons, but they're just mechanical. They don't create other
tools.
things. Yeah, exactly. They're tools. They don't make other tools. So
It's almost like he has his own soul.
Well, it may be crazy, and you may not want to, but we do have our own manor. If he ever wanted to leave the temple, I kind of look at everyone and I said, well, I know I would. I don't know about the rest of you, but if he were there, he could perhaps help Ilbrin with the research he's been doing, and it would be better for him as well.
That is true, and we do have a more open space. You can go to the library.
Yeah, and he may even be able to help rebuild, fix things if they break. At least he'd have someone to talk to, sort of.
And I'm gonna look at Valletta and just say, again, I don't know if you have an attachment to him, but it seems as if he's a bit of a burden here.
maybe Ilbrin can teach him to walk around and going, Terry.
I mean,
Um,
also, if
so Valletta, like you can tell that she is agitated by him, and he is. They keep him here to essentially protect him, but she says, if you can find and destroy this other nimble right, you can take Nim with you.
Can I look to him and just say, "Is that something you would want?"
also I have a lathe, so you can create things.
And he does some sign language that none of you understand, but then he recognizes that none of you understand, and he just sort of like nods his head at you, Richter.
All right.
Can he write?
Yeah.
I was actually just gonna. I'll rip out a piece of paper and put it down with a pen and everything, and just say, and just leave it there and say, in case this is easier for you to communicate with.
He does not know how to.
I would not mind learning how to do this sign language either. Better communicate with you, Nim.
And Valletta says that through trial and error, they have determined how to speak with her and a few of the other people in the temple, and she says that they could probably teach somebody how to.
Oh, that would be most amazing. Thank you very much.
Astra's gonna know languages that don't even exist.
Right.
Well,
nimble right sign language. It's a good one.
Well, and I would assume if we say a word to him, he may be able to make a sign and show us what that word means to him. Maybe we can learn that way as well.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope my little friend can keep you company for the time being. We will go look for them, and I am sorry for what we have to do, but I thank you greatly for taking responsibility. Do you know if this other nimble right knows how to sign like you?
He shakes his head negatively. He doesn't believe that this thing knows how to communicate.
Richter is gonna look at him and just say, the only other thing is, do you think he would be dangerous? Do you think it would be something that would attack us?"
And he signs to Valletta, and Valletta responds that Nim doesn't believe that he would attack. He would if it felt like it was in danger, it would attempt to run.
All right.
Well, the problem is even if we find it, we're not going to know whether or not it had anything to do with the attack, or if it did, who sent it. I don't think it would have gotten that necklace by itself. I mean, something else was involved here.
I think whoever was seen taking something away from the scene is most likely the person who had the necklace and did the damage.
Then I feel a bit terrible destroying something that may not have had anything to do with this.
If Nim is saying it's for the best, it's his creation. It's his choice, I believe.
Well, while we're running this down, though, shouldn't we also be trying to find out who actually did the attack?
Absolutely.
Of course, but I'm thinking likely once we find this other nimble right, the person who is potentially controlling him or something or other won't be so far away.
And are we...
Erstal Floxen was the one that Vincent said was the guy who likely took whatever it was from the corpses and left.
Yeah, and took it to the villa.
Yep.
We do know the last place that this thing was seen was near the manor, so I guess back there would be a good place to start using. And Richter kind of looks at the little umbrella, the detector.
We can try that. How far away is the villa from where the attack was? I mean, surely it would be kind of odd to just walk around with this spinning in public.
Actually, wouldn't mind just using it and walking around. It seems like quite a fun game, actually.
So this is generally where you guys are. Like, this is where your manor is, where your house is. The villa would be up here.
So we're basically just going to walk from where our manor is into the Cloudtop district with a giant spinny electrical.
Richter's going to
nimble
kind of
ride
look at you and
finder.
just say, I don't know how many wizards or tinkers or anything you've met, but seeing people with creations is not that big of a deal in cities this size.
I've never really experienced that, but I will try it. We might as well see what we can find, and if anyone asks, I'm doing this for a temple.
If anyone asks, it's a weather device I've created to try to predict the weather.
Better idea. Also, I can make things happen with the weather, so if we need to prove it, at least I can make it foggy or cloudy or even look like a rainstorm if I need to.
I mean, I could also just say we're on an investigation for Kincaid, like we currently are.
Well, depends on who runs into us, I suppose. Different options.
Also,
Well,
Nim, did he have a name?
He did not.
that's probably for the best. Well, thank you very much, Valletta, for helping us with this. We will go see what we can find out, and we will report back to you either way.
And she escorts you guys down the stairs.
All right, guys, so should we just head back to our place near where the explosion happened and then start from there?
I mean, we could
Yes.
start from here.
Yes.
All right, and I push it down the way that they showed me to, and let's see how quick it's spinning.
Not really at all.
Well,
All right, well, I'll
Back-
just hold this and you guys tell me where to walk.
let's make our way back towards the manor, I believe.
Okay. So
And
you
as we're
guys-
walking, I'm going to pull Lalith off, like not pull him off to the side, but just stop and start walking next to him and just say, so if this thing tries to run, I can help you catch it in one of two ways. I can either make you fly, or I can speed you up by pretty much double. Is there one you would prefer?
Dealer's choice.
If it's on a roof, you'll be able to fly. If not, you'll be able to run very fast, I guess.
Whichever one works at the time, really.
And I'll leave, as he says that, I'll have Rascal climb up onto his shoulder and just say, in case you're far away from me, he could still put the spell onto you.
Okay.
And, guys, just letting you know, being someone who can create thunder, lightning, things like that, if we're outdoors or indoors, I have different ways that of basically electrocuting or harming him. He's going to be basically a conductor, so it's going to hurt him more than it would hurt other people. So I may be able to slow him down from a distance just by hurting him. That sounds terrible, though.
It's something that we were told to destroy, so it's it's what has to be done.
Before anything, we have to find the creation first.
Then I guess we're gonna make our way back towards where the fire took place, and then did they tell us which way it appeared this thing was running away on the roof?
The dude appeared to be going off to the east. The nimble right appeared to be going to the south.
Okay. All right, then yeah. So we'll head back towards where the fire was, and then start walking down to the south a bit.
Okay.
Can I keep an eye out for anyone possibly watching us?
Do a perception check. You do not see anybody.
What does the sky look like? Is it a sunny day, a cloudy day?
At this point, it's probably getting towards dusk. There are clouds in the sky, but I wouldn't call it cloudy. You do start to notice a little bit of a chill in the air. It is what would be considered autumn, although for the most part, Iman is pretty temperate, and it doesn't really have like the full 4 seasons where it's not going to be snowing to 5 feet and then be blazing hot. It's pretty steady throughout, but it is a little bit cooler than it was the last time you were here. And so are you guys making your way like to the southern part of the central district, or are you making your way towards the port?
I guess whichever way is the spinny thing spins more.
Well, if they said it was heading to the south of where the fire was, just from being around the city and stuff, would I know of anywhere that's kind of abandoned where it may not draw too much attention?
I mean, the slums would be the place that probably would be as far as things being abandoned and places that would be somewhat hidden because people aren't looking.
Well, with how late it's getting and stuff, do I think we'd be able to make it out to the slums before nightfall?
You probably would not be able to, no.
Well, I would suggest then that we sleep before going, because the slums are not the safest, and we may not want to be out there in the dark.
The town itself is, or city, is not that safe either. I say yes,
Central
we
District's
should.
not very safe at night either.
All right. I think that may be for the best. And I'm guessing as we go forward, I'm going to... what kind of checks would I be making to see if this thing is spinning faster or slower? Or would you just tell us based on where we're going?
Yeah, I just tell you. The issue with it is that it's the way that it's designed is a little bit sort of goofy, and I don't really want to. I'm going to adjust its ability because it's only within 500 feet, but by that tokens, Iman is gigantic, and you could depending on the route that you took, you could walk right past it and it not, you know what I mean? It wouldn't go off. So I'm probably going to adjust. Because it's not, by description, it doesn't start spinning until you're within 500 feet. But I think I'm going to do it more of a, hot, cold type of thing where it's it'll just start, the closer you get, the more it will spin.
Okay.
Because otherwise we'll be here for days. if
Yeah.
you don't nail it on the first try.
All right. Well, is there a place I guess we should try and if we can fit it into the bag? I don't want to leave this laying out around our place anywhere, especially if someone did say it looked like someone was coming towards our place, either with a message or something before that attack happened.
I mean, we can put it in the bag of holding for now, until tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so you guys go home. Screw that staying an inn thing. I'm gonna go home. Did you guys want to keep watch for anything, or did you just want to go to sleep?
I would keep watch, I think, at first. Just because an explosion happened the night before.
Can how many, like, are there a lot of people still around where this fire took place?
No more than usual. Like
Okay.
this
I
is
didn't know if it was like still covered with guards.
not really. There's at this point they've sort of cordoned off the building, but again, this is sort of like the building that you just repaired, because that, remember, it was falling apart. Like this, you're not in the nicest part of town. You are relatively close to the cloud top district, but there's a gigantic wall between you and the cloud top district. And so like your building was run down entirely, and the buildings around it are not exactly the nicest. Your house now stands out like a sore thumb by comparison, because it's very nice and much nicer than anything else around it. So
Well, Richter will go. We only have one entrance into the house, right? Through the, like, where the tavern door was.
No, we got a back door as well.
We do?
Yeah, through the kitchen?
through the pantry,
Yeah, so,
I guess.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I actually guess there's technically like 3, because it looked like.
All right. So
I guess that's a door, or that could be a window. It's hard to say.
so then to get upstairs, it looks like we would go this way.
Yeah, and the first room they'd come across would be mine.
I'm gonna go to where here is, like to where it would be an entrance into the second floor, like into this common room, and I'll set up an alarm spell, like to cover this door and this window, and
And
I'll inform everyone what the spell does and everything like that.
okay. And I'm in the attic. And so I'm guessing the turret peak is either connected to or above, or how is that in relation to my bedroom?
These stairs go up to it. I mean, the way that they draw this is dumb, but
And I could see out the turret.
if you climb to the top of it, you would be able to see out of it. Well,
Okay.
I guess we'll say that these 3 things each are essentially windows. Like, so this side here that's like back up against the side of the building, but you could see essentially to your north, to your west, or to your south. Couldn't see to the east and the turret.
Okay, then I will just take watch up there.
Ilbrin could see to the east out the library windows if he's there, or in the common room. That actually, this would be the back. Although, if let me move everybody real quick to we'll look at the actual alley that everybody. So yeah, so really, so this is the east here, so that's why you wouldn't be able to see anything out of it. So you would be. So you could see out here, and you could see this direction. You could see to the south, but in the turret, you wouldn't be able to see anything here.
Okay.
And then and this is where the study would be. So it's hard to determine, but we'll say that the second and third floor are essentially above these buildings, so you would be able to see out. The first floor you wouldn't be able to do anything with. As far as like, because it would be bumped up against this other building, but it's hard to tell the way that they did a terrible job of, like, I actually kind of want to redo all of these and like make it make sense, but I'll move it back to.
I mean, if we're desperate for information, I could go visit Vincent again if someone wants to give me some money.
I have 0.
I have 176 gold.
I could give some. How much do you require?
I have no idea how much he's gonna charge. He charges
But-
for all information.
But what would we get out of him now that we wouldn't have? Not much time has passed. I'm not sure if he'll know more as of yet.
Well, we can ask him if there's been sightings of a nimble right to the south.
I would leave it more open-ended if there was sightings of a nimble ride anywhere.
Well, again, it's something we could ask. I mean, I have money to cover the information. It's just over recent days I've spent quite a lot of money in there trying to find information about pretty much everything we need information for.
What is his right? I could give you a lot of money.
He doesn't have a set rate. It depends on the information you're asking for.
Well, here is, I suppose, 400 gold. Is that okay?
It is. I will. Is he still open, Matt?
He probably doesn't close. He lives there.
Okay.
Or I could also just come with you.
If you wish, we can pay him a visit.
Yeah, sure.
Knock knock.
So it takes a moment. And you can see that this is you can see that through the windows there's a fire in the hearth, and as you walk in you do get the bit of smoky sort of it's a very nice pleasant sort of pipe tobacco smell that every time you've seen Vincent he's been smoking a sort of a thin pipe. And Astrid, you notice instantly the same thing that Lalith did. Particularly because it's somewhat dark. The only real light in the room. There's a few candles, but then the majority of the light is from the fire, and you see the reflection, like the cat's eyes. His eyes appear to be glowing when he opens the door, which sort of startles you at first. And in a very sort of welcoming and sort of sly voice, how can I help you?
Well, first of all, good evening, Victor. Victor, Jesus, I'm not having a good night tonight. Vincent.
Good evening.
I was wondering if we could have a moment of your time, possibly inquire if you have information on a nimble right.
I do have some information regarding nimble rights. What do you need to know?
If there has been any sightings recently, apart from the one earlier today.
Who's your friend?
Oh, hello. My name is Astrid Luvenhelm. It's a pleasure to meet with you. And you are
Vincent.
very much pleasure. Could Astrid make some kind of like insight or something check to see the eyes or if he's like trustworthy or something?
Wait, are you trying to figure out what
Yes.
he is or if he's trustworthy?
Worthy or if like I don't know, the eyes are also an interesting thing. So, like, has she seen something like that before, or like, is he even what he appears to be?
Yes, and I'm just trying to decide what it is that you would roll for. Hmm. Do an Arcana check, I guess. Well, you're pretty sure he's not actually a human being. You're not sure what he is, but it's pretty clear to you that he is not the dapper human that he appears.
Yep. Astrid will just keep on appearances and try to make it seem like she didn't realize or notice.
All right. Sorry, I'm reading about something. I'm not sure how it works. So, um, make a wisdom saving throw, if you would.
What? Just Astrid?
Yes. Okay. So, you succeeded on your save, which means that you recognize that Vincent just attempted to use some sort of spell on your brain.
Astrid just grabs onto Layla's arm and like her eyes narrow slightly, and she's like, may I ask why you attempted to use a spell on me, Vincent? It's not particularly kind, considering we are neighbors.
And he just sort of smiles and says, "Professional curiosity. When someone I've been dealing with shows up with a brand new person out of nowhere in the evening, I want to know what their motives are."
My motives are as you see fit. They are just questions asking about Sinimbalites, and that is it.
And he smiles and turns to Lalith and says, "I am aware that there was a Nimblewright at the Temple of the Allhammer.
Yes, we also know that, but it's apparently been another one within the last month. Would you have any information about that?
And he starts stroking his little chin beard a little bit, and he takes a little drag on his pipe and says, 25 gold.
Okay.
I could give that, and I will hand it over.
And price for this is less than he'd been asking for. Just,
No shit.
well, that's because he doesn't have a whole lot of information other than the fact that he knows that the majority of the nimble rights that are used in the parades and are found within Iman are actually brought via ship from Marquette. And he says that they do get shipments from time to time, though he's not aware of any recently. But the traders in such goods come through the docks.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Vincent. And just to let you know, for future reference, both myself, Astrid, and 3 others live in the manor. We all work as a group, so there's no need to, shall we say, pry into others' minds anymore. Agreed?
He just smiles.
Good evening.
And he closes the door behind you.
Well, that was fun.
It's a good thing Zalia's not here. Because if she would have heard of that, pretty sure something would have happened to him.
It's probably a good thing that she wasn't here.
Considering what Tiger's Eye and the clasp don't exactly see eye to eye.
Well, Astrid doesn't know what he is. She just knows he's not a human, so.
So, Astrid, did you notice our friend's eyes?
Yes, he is most certainly not human. Not entirely sure what he is, but between that and him attempting to use a spell on me to affect my thoughts and my brain, I don't particularly like him.
Well, if you wish for future engagements with him, I can certainly go along alone so you don't have to deal with that again.
He is exactly.
All right. So, did you want to do anything else this evening?
I'm just watching out of the turret just to make sure that nothing's going down.
All right. Do a perception check. You don't see much of any. A few people milling about, but nothing suspicious.
After everyone's back, I'll just do that alarm spell and then head to sleep.
Okay.
Seems like a nice night of rest and relaxation before we go hunting for Mr. Roboto.
All right. So, you guys have a restful amount of sleep, and we will take a quick break, and we'll come back and start the morning.
Alrighty. I'm just trying to bring any spells that may slow someone or speed someone up.
I'm just happy you finally got haste.
I've had for a while now. It's just there's been no real time to use it.
Yeah.
I mean, with my luck, I'm going to use it on you, and we'll be in like a really long fight. You'll end up getting stunned afterwards, and that'll kill you.
Well, I get what, 10 rounds of it?
Yeah.
Trust me, I can do a hell of a lot in 10 rounds.
Especially with 3 attacks.
Oh yeah, because now it's 3 attacks around, or if I do Action Surge 4, I got Fighting Spirit, which gives me advantage on all attacks, and half damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing. So for at least 6 rounds, possibly 8 rounds, I can absolutely carve through anything in front of me.
And I can, if it's outdoors. The only problem is if any of you guys are within 5 feet of it. But if it's outdoors, I can call down lightning from the skies and really hurt that thing.
I mean, I'd say if I'm next to it, just do it.
You'd survive it.
Oh yeah.
Because what I would do is I would call lightning down, but I'd also use channel divinity, destructive wrath. So it's going to take max damage. You're not going to feel so good, but
Why? What's max damage for your call lightning?
Isn't it like 3d10?
yeah, right now it's 3d10.
Oh, I'd still have only 40 HP.
Yeah.
I mean, you could always just use Shatter because it would take double damage since it's a non-living creature made out of metal.
And I thought about that too. If we're inside, and then I could also make that total damage, which I believe is 24, but
Doubled.
it doubles it. Yeah.
I mean, I've also got Stone's Endurance, so that's a D12 plus 5 I can take off damage, and Second Wind.
Well, technically, if I cast Shatter at 3rd level, it would be 4d8 total. And it
So
doesn't
64.
it doesn't do double damage if it's metal. It has disadvantage on its saving throw.
Oh, I thought it was double.
So I can pretty much survive anything any of you throw at me. I've got a couple of ways to either nullify or recover health.
But that is also a 10-foot radius, so it's an even bigger radius. But I can place it to where hopefully it only hits him.
But it's okay if you do hit me. I'm not going to be too upset.
Yeah.
I think I've said that in the past to either Richter or Ilbrin. Okay, so if you're gonna...
I've hit you with stuff before.
Yeah.
Oh, you've hit me too.
Yeah, I punched you because you
killed me.
Oh yeah.
No. Zameen damn near killed me.
Yeah, I
And
did.
then you knocked all the and then you knocked all the shit into me.
I didn't mean to do that. I told you. it was an accident.
Sure. But no, it's like obviously with the squishier people, you don't want an AOE going off next to him, but just hit me as much as you like, because I've had Ilbrin shock me. I think I've had Richter hit me with a couple of spells.
You did kill Astrid though, so.
Kind of.
Didn't like in one of like the very first fights, like you maybe even in like the tournament, didn't like Ilbrin like shoot some electricity between your legs and actually like hit you?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm used to people hitting me. That's kind of what my job is.
That's what all barbarians do.
Exactly. Meat shield. Just
you keep that up, and you'll find out what barbarian is.
I'll fly.
I've got ranged weapons.
all right. So, everybody, as you wake up in the morning, make a perception.
Perception.
Thank God for Astrid.
None of us see shit.
I got some.
Yeah, it's
gunk in my eye.
always these plus 6s. I keep rolling 8s on today. It's weird.
Well, Astrid is the lucky one that feels that face staring at her face like 2 inches away. The rest of you don't notice it. Astrid notices that gets that feeling of somebody staring her directly in the eyes, like inches away from her face.
Creepy myriad face again.
Very nice.
But that's it. I mean, nothing happens. You just notice it.
So I'm assuming everyone's up downstairs and having breakfast.
Yeah, Rick. I don't think we hired anyone, so Richter will try to cook.
Oh god.
Do a performance check.
Performance? I'm
oh
not dancing to this
God.
fucking food.
Yeah, but what else would you do?
Nature? I don't fucking know. All right, performance it is.
Can I help him with a survival? Like how? Because I know how to hunt, kill,
so
and
he
prepare.
doesn't poison us.
Too late. I got it.
That's pretty. At 16, that's pretty decent food. It's not the best you've ever had, but it's certainly not the worst.
It's pretty much just eggs and bacon.
Yeah, but the bacon's not like burnt too badly, and the eggs are cooked well.
I think we're gonna have to set a budget for bacon. A lot of bacon.
Carried around pocket bacon like Bo.
It makes you stronger.
Greatest meat ever invented.
Astrid would be complaining about the whole like feeling the whatever face and creepiness and
Is
She's
this
just-
the first time any of us have felt it like outside of that cave?
Yes.
I mean, admittedly, it's Myriad. We've been inside of a Myriad base, air quotes, where there was a mind flayer and a magic user.
It could be the Myriad watching us. It could be some sort of demon thing. Yes.
We still have
With
your
the
friend
bird.
looking for us. And Richter looks at Lilith.
Don't look at me. It's not like I'm in contact with her.
You haven't heard anything since then?
No contact, no sexy dreams, no nothing.
I suppose
odd.
eat, get prepared, and we have a creature to find.
Oh, myself and Astrid went to visit Vincent, just a few houses down. He's pretty much the information broker of the area. And apparently most sightings of nimble rights in general would be around the docks where they're brought in. So it could be a place to start.
If we were to head to the north side of the docks, we could walk straight to the south, and eventually it would lead to the slums as well. It would be a bit longer, but it would cover the entire area we have a clue about.
if we also wanted, we could do a very indirect route and go close to the Cloud Top district at least as we move south.
That would make sense.
Very good.
So it seems we now have a route.
All right. So whenever we get ready to leave, she'll just click the thing and start walking wherever people tell her to walk because she's just
And-
walking with a giant contraption.
No,
Richter is going
left, right.
Richter is going to cast Mage Armor with his staff.
It's a bit early.
It lasts 8 hours.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, I didn't know that. Never mind then.
All right. So which direction are you going?
Astrid, where were you talking about?
Like to go kind of like this direction, so we kind of go nearish to the mansion and then going south and around or something like that.
Okay.
So like there, over there, and then down to the slums.
Yeah.
All right. So as you make your way in that general direction, it probably takes you good 45 minutes or so to be walking through with that. Um, you don't get much of anything. As you make your way towards the port, and as particularly as you get into the port through the walls and everything, it does actually start to pick up. And it starts to spin, make some noise to the point that you're kind of like, God, this is way too loud. Like, stop being so noisy. Like, because people are starting to look now because it does, you know, Nim didn't really explain the fact that it kind of makes some it makes like electrical crackling sounds, but it also kind of makes a faint sort of whistle sound.
Rick,
And then it also makes the sound of like gears clicking.
Richter's gonna put on his best like trike impression. Yes, yes. Stay inside tomorrow. The weather seems to be coming bad, and he's just gonna keep going around explaining to people that it's a weather device.
Yes. It's like the army weather balloon. Like
Yeah.
not a UFO, it's a weather balloon.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's just gonna do his best impression of like what trike would sound like trying to explain an invention, and just go around bragging about it to everybody, telling them all to stay inside. It's gonna storm tomorrow.
So,
and she's just kind of cringing because one, she knows it's probably not going to storm tomorrow 'cause she can feel that kind of stuff, but also because she's just got this whirling craziness in her hands and she's not used to being the center of attention.
if
Astrid's gotten very excited.
would you like me to hold it so it takes some of the attention off yourself?
I think at this point we're all kind of uh standing out. I need practice, so I'll keep going with it.
Very well. So, shall we head north or south?
Uh, Richter would pipe up and say, "Well, if it was supposedly more towards the south, I say let's go down a little bit and just keep a active eye on it to see if it slows down or speeds up."
Very well.
Sounds good.
Does
All
it
right.
go faster?
Here and see what you find. All right. So as you approach the docks, you see that there is off um, to the southern docks, um, roughly this area down here. Um, there are 3 ships that are docked there. They are all flying the same flag. So you would all assume part of the same group of ships. Um, one of them slightly larger than the other 2. And as you were approaching, it started to speed up and kept at a rather quick clip and was not getting any faster.
Do any of us recognize the flags? Like, are they from like a city or something, or a guild?
Do a well, Richter, do a intelligence check / history check.
History?
Do both of them. Or the yeah, okay.
Oh,
So basically the same score on both of them. You do recognize the flag. It is a rather well-known um, privateer not a pirate, privateer by the name of Zardoz. Zardoz Zord.
Have I heard about him? Like good, bad? Is he like friendly?
He is known to be sort of that sly, swashbuckling sort of guy. He is. You've. I will even say that you've seen him in some a few taverns around the port. You all may have actually seen him. Um, once Richard describes, "Hey, do you remember that guy?" He's sort of flamboyant, um, sort of known within the port. So just hanging out as long as you did in the Dragon's Bane, Malira's place, you probably would have heard of him. None of you but Richter would have probably recognized the flag, however.
And is it like captain's order, or is it like does he have a title?
Um, I would think captain would probably be the appropriate term for him. Yeah.
All right. Richter will just look at everyone and say, "Well, I mean, it appears to be at its most. I think it must be pretty close. And those ships over there are Zords. You remember him, the stories, right?
I do, but just because this is going off here, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same nimble right?
No, of course not. But I just, it seems a bit odd that he. Do I know what he usually traffics in?
I mean, he doesn't have a particular type of thing. He is a privateer, so he does go basically out to sea to take down actual pirates and to loot them for the Council of Iman. Um, you would recognize the names of his ships. You're not. You wouldn't. There's the larger ship, which would be his flagship, which is known as the Eye Catcher. So you would know that that's the Eye Catcher. The other two are the Heartbreaker and the Hellraiser. You don't know which one is which, but you know that those are the names.
I'll just look to Zamina and say, well, he usually just takes down pirates for the council. I don't think there would be many pirates trafficking in nimble rates.
I mean, he does
That
do
is
like
true.
deliveries as well. Like he goes and like moves stuff around. But as far as combat is concerned, that's what he does. He takes down pirates, and he takes their cargo and then returns it.
All right. Well, I guess maybe he would be on the biggest ship, right? Maybe we go ask him if he knows anything about a rogue nimble right.
Uh, yeah, sure. His men are. We saw his men, right?
I mean, the people that you may believe are
Okay.
his men. Yeah.
I guess Richter will look at everyone and say, well, we can go ask them if he's on ship or if he's taken off to a tavern or something, and start heading over to them.
Okay.
As we approach, Richter will just look at them and say, excuse me, are you part of Captain Zord's crew?
And he's like, "Aye, we are."
Do you happen to know where he is? Is he still on the ship or has he gone into the city?
Still on the ship.
Do you think we could gain audience with him? We have a bit of information that may be of interest to him.
And they sort of just look at each other, sort of like, "Yeah, whatever." Like, and they just sort of like, "We don't care. Go."
Okay. I just nod to him and start walking towards the ship.
All right. So you do actually, because like ships can't come in that close to harbor, so you do actually have to get in a little dinghy essentially, and because the eye catcher is too large, like it would hit ground if it came like to the dock. So you do have to because this is an ocean bearing vessel. So you do have to get in a little dinghy. We'll say that they have them that are big enough for all of you.
Is anyone here scared of water?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Astra just doesn't like to get her hair wet, but she's not scared.
I just figured most of you wear heavy armor, so you would kind of sink like a fucking rock.
My armor's a little bit lighter, but also I grew up around water, so
Okay.
I like it.
I've got a +5 in Constitution. I can hold my breath.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
You're like one of the old school scuba divers who just walk in the bottom with like iron on them.
Or like the in Pirates of the Caribbean, the undead just walking on the bottom of the ocean. So you make your way up, and there are some the people that sort of help you up into the ship. And the very first thing that all of you notice, it's both men and women on the crew, and all of them are staggeringly beautiful to look at. I mean, just like supermodels on this ship here. It's striking. I mean, it's not even something you need to do a perception for. All of you instantly notice this as soon as you step on board, that like everybody you see, the men, they're all shirtless, working, just rippling muscles. The women, just it's distracting. Like you're just like, I don't know what's happening here.
Well, apparently he has a type. Goodness.
Clearly, I should be able to join the crew then.
Yeah,
Richter
are you guys firing?
Richter like just shakes his head and just like looks to the closest person, whoever it is, and just, excuse me, where's the captain?
And as you say that, the door opens up to what was the captain's quarters. So it's like below. If you think of a ship and you've got like the stairs that go up to the actual wheel, that like beneath that there's usually some doors where the captain's quarters actually are. And as you say, is the captain here? The doors open up, and this sort of flashy guy comes out with his big, like oversized hat, and he like flashes these pearly white teeth and says, "Welcome aboard the Eye Catcher, Zarda Zord at your service."
Hello, I'm Astrid Kluvenhelm.
My name is Zamin.
Richter kind of looks at him, nods his head a little bit, and goes, you probably don't remember, but I've met you once in the city before. My name is Richter.
And he just sort of looks past you, and then you can see that he's basically focused on Lalith, and he's sort of just like looking you up and down, and he sort of like like raises his eyebrows a couple times, like
Trust me, friends, you could not steer my rudder.
And he chuckles and says, "What can I do for you all?"
Does it mean, actually, I'm sorry, does it mean, how long have you haven't been holding it this whole time, have you?
No, when we went to get on the dinghy, I just went ahead to put it away in the bag of holding.
All right. Well,
could you whip it out again, please?
Richter's gonna look to him and say, "We have some information. We're not sure if it's going to affect you, but it may, and we just wanted to give you a heads up just in case. Is there anywhere we could speak privately?"
Oh, of course, this way. So he takes you into the captain's quarters, and as you walk in, you can see that the room is covered in very nice, sort of like dark mahogany wood. It's got golden filigree, lining all of the different sort of panels. It's got purple curtains and these silk tassels, and it's best you can tell it's some sort of like perfume. You can't quite pinpoint what exactly it is, but it smells very, very nice. And you can see that there is a dining table that has this. It's got like all kinds of food, and this is it's before lunch, because you guys haven't been. It probably took you a couple hours or so, so it's probably maybe 11 o'clock in the morning. But it has like this feast on these golden platters. Again, this it matches the walls. This thick mahogany table that looks like it's and Lalith, you would recognize being in woodworking. It's like this is a very very nice table. Even like just like the table settings and the place the doilies, the placemats, everything is just like super like it's too nice to even put in your very nice house right now. Um, and you do notice that the um, Zardoz is wearing. He's got his shirt's kind of open, and he's got you can see his chest hair sort of poking out, and he's got this. What you didn't notice before, he does actually have this very very nice rapier on his belt, and he sort of just like flourishes and has you all sit down and says, "Please eat if you're hungry."
Thank
Well,
you very much.
that sounds amazing. Oh, um, and I'm just gonna kind of like eat and then start kind of talking a little bit while I'm eating. So the reason we came here is I'm not sure if you've heard of it. There was an attack in the city, in the central district.
I haven't been back for very long. I haven't heard anything about that. No.
Well, it was just the other night. A big attack. Somehow, someone blew up a building, killed many people. No one is quite sure at this point who was involved and who wasn't, but we did see someone leave the scene, stealing something off of one of the bodies. And something quite odd is apparently a Nimblewright was seen in the area. We have this thing, a Nimblewright detector that was given to us, and it led us here. We're not sure if the Nimblewright was involved per se in the explosion, but we are looking to find out. Do you perhaps have one on the ship?
And he's been sort of looking at you very interested, and you can see that like as you're talking about like the nimble rights and stuff, I mean, he seems to actually be getting very excited. Like he's almost just like one of those things where he's just waiting for you to stop so that he can talk. And he sort of goes, so let me tell you. And he starts again doing these big flourishes and big overly dramatic motions and says, look, my privateer days are nearly over. I've been working with some merchants in Marquette, and I'm going to be opening up the Sea Maidens Fair. This is going to be a seafaring carnival. We're going to travel all over the world and putting on a show. And it's funny that you mentioned it because I did happen to just buy 4 Nimblewrights. And then he like claps his hands, and a Nimblewright, it looks different than Nim. It doesn't look quite as advanced as Nim. This Nimblewright sort of like shuffles in, and it like Zardoz sort of like holds his wine glass out very expectantly, and this thing sort of like shuffles over and pours him some wine, and he's just like beaming and like all excited, and his eyes are like wide. He's like so happy to see this thing. He says, "I've got 4 of these. They're just," and then he sort of stops himself and realizes like what you had said, and says, "But these things are perfectly harmless, and they've only been here for less than 24 hours. We just got here."
Do you only have them on the ship?
So there's at least one on the Hellraiser. I don't think the Heartbreaker has one at the moment, but
And you bought them from market, or
yes.
okay? Can Astra do like an insight check to just make sure that he's not lying?
Yep. He appears to be telling the truth. Yeah.
Yep. She's all smiles and like compliments him on the purchase, and is like, he's all very amazing.
And he just smells like it is. I'm very excited. You'll have to come to our first carnival once we complete it.
Oh, most certainly. That sounds amazing.
Well, just make sure you do keep an eye out. There, as we said, there was one that has somewhat unable to be controlled, so it may prove to be quite dangerous. We just noticed that with my friend there's contraption that there was something around these ships. We just didn't want you to be taken by surprise.
Oh well, I certainly appreciate it.
Well, and if word has gotten around, which it seems to be, that there was some sort of Nimblewright involved in the attack, and then if the government finds out you have Nimblewrights on the ship, they may come asking questions. I'd assume if you bought them in Marquette, then you have some sort of paperwork.
Of course.
All
He said,
right.
but and he's like, but these things couldn't hurt a fly. And he walks over and he just like pushes the one that was there, and it just kind of sort of like leans back against the wall, just sort of like falls back almost like a mannequin. It doesn't really. You can tell that these are not the same type of. And from knowing what you've seen, like even knowing about nimble rights, like you think that Zord may have been taken a little bit because these are not particularly impressive. I mean, for those of you that have seen the parades, you're like, these aren't even really as impressive as the ones that are, we see walking around. Like these are very, very animatronic looking. They don't move quite as fluently as the ones that you'd seen previously, and certainly not like Nim does.
So he pretty much just is a pretty face, and that's it.
Best you can tell.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I suppose that is all, unless someone else has another question.
I agree with Zameen. It might be best if you do make it to the city to leave them here. It's not a very good time with everything going on.
I appreciate the warning.
All right. Well, at least we know that the one that we're looking for probably isn't here. So I guess we head back into the city, see if we can find out what else may be going on, if it's somewhere else.
And he stops. How did you track them here?
We were provided a Nimblewright tracker.
And he sort of looks. You show it to me.
Richter puts his fingers in his ears.
All right, but it's gonna be quite loud as there's one right here. Hold on. And I kind of pull it out of the bag of holding and hold it up and just click the button, and it starts making that awful whirling sound again.
And he looks very, very excited and sort of just like runs up to it, and he doesn't touch it, but he's got his face looking at it.
Richter, like still with the fingers in his ears, kind of just talks way too loud. If it's further away, it spins slower and is much quieter. And he's just like talking like someone with headphones in.
And he sort of waves to you can stop doing that, but it's very, very intriguing. Where did you get it? I've never even heard of anything like that.
From
I am a student at the
friend.
Lyceum.
I'll have to see if they have any more.
well, thank you for your time. It's probably best if we be on our way, continue the search.
Okay. And he motions for all of his beautiful people to escort you via the dinghy back to the docks.
Once we're back on the ding, I look to Zameen and say, I'm sorry, I know you probably didn't want to lie to him, but knowing...
Oh no, I wasn't going to tell him where we got that thing.
Yes,
I don't want him knowing anything about Nim. I mean,
he
look
would
at what
want
we
him.
got. Exactly. No, trust me, I wasn't going to tell him. That was a good cover though, thank you, but no, if he ever got his hands on Nim, that would be awful. Though
And Nim might enjoy it, honestly.
I thought about that possibly Nim may enjoy the travel and the people, but having his own independent will and then seeing those constructs and how lifeless they are, and plus none of them can communicate with them. I'm not sure being kind of a sideshow freak would be his idea of fun.
Well, suppose our next move is towards the slums?
Yeah, that
suppose
makes
so.
sense.
As long as it isn't anywhere towards the wandering eyes of an idiot captain, it's good with me.
All right. So, as you leave the port area and make your way back to the central district on your way to the slums, everybody make a perception.
Come on, clerics, save us.
Double ones.
Nope.
Good lord, we are too distracted.
Laylips is just walking in the wrong direction altogether.
Well, I mean, you have a freaking thing that sounds like a moped sitting right on top of us. So
That's true.
Wow. Okay, so
you needed an 11, everyone. You suck.
so you make your way to the central district, and into as you're making your way, it does start to slow down because you're going away from the ship, and as you make it into the lower slums outside, which it continues to slow down.
So even as we're walking out through here, it's still slow.
Yeah. In fact, the further that you go down that way, the slower it gets.
All right. Oh.
All right. Well, if it is being controlled by someone, it could be the same person that is in that villa. Maybe we head that direction.
We head back into the city, go through like the middle of the central district, and then towards them.
Although we were near the Cloudtop district before and nothing was going on, that's it.
Maybe we just weren't close enough.
It is possible. We could
I
also try the Erudite Quarter and then continue up to Cloudtop district.
That's true. We could go that way.
Like through here, over there. Sounds good to me.
All right. So, as you make your way through the Erudite Quarter, it has been pretty slow. And as you make your way into the promenade, it does start to pick up again.
Okay.
All right. Well, getting closer, it seems.
Then do we want to like just kind of walk through the middle of it and see like maybe once we get to the center we could take one road then one road and see which way makes it stronger?
Yeah, we could continue walking in circles.
You've been right so far, so follow Astrid's lead.
Could we send? Well, I was about to say, could we send Maggie up and see if Maggie could possibly see something at all? But I don't even know if Maggie would do anything about it.
I could
Yeah,
send
we-
Astrid up.
Oh, that would be most amusing if there.
That would be kind of obvious with a person just flying through the city.
Unfortunately, that is true. But I could try sending Maddie a General Magnorax up. I just have to, and she'll poof so he appears in her hand.
Richter gives him the fucking stink eye.
So, General Magnorax, would you like to fly up in the air and I will look through your eyes and see if I can see something?
He takes off.
And yeah, she'll try to look through his eyes.
And do a perception.
Through Maggie's or mine?
I think it's your perception. Well, no, I can't even remember how this works.
Well,
I
it
think
would
it's-
usually be her perception.
Right.
But the thing is it her perception anymore, or is it the Baylor's?
Right.
Well, the Baylor in owl form, technically.
Yeah.
But if he's getting stronger, I don't know. This whole thing, I don't know how to do that.
I know I've made it. I've made a terrible mistake.
Mistakes were made first session. Now we have to deal with it.
What is perception based on?
Wisdom.
Baylors have a plus. Just do your perception.
Okay.
You don't say anything.
And then Astrid will go back and be like, well, I did not see anything, so he says. She tries to call him back, but he's just gonna keep flying, go back to where he was.
All right. Well, we've lost the bird again, but or whatever he is, but all right. Do we want to go and
Follow your heart, Zameen.
all right, so where were we at? We were in the middle of Abdar's promenade, right?
Yeah.
First, I'm gonna head towards the military district down that street a little bit further.
Okay. Starts to get a little bit slower.
Okay, not that way. And then I'll just go back to the middle. And I'll head, which I guess is would be my left, so almost towards the outside wall.
Like this way?
Yes.
Okay. It gets slower when you go that way.
All right. Only other way to go is towards the cloud top. So let's go back this way.
And as you do that, it does start to pick up.
Is there an entrance? I mean, I guess there is right through
Like
there.
you see there's like double columns there. Yeah, that's like
Is anyone are there guards at the wall of the cloud top district that are going to give us crap about having a giant whirly thing?
probably.
I can.
Okay, so
I can. Well, I can change my appearance to look like someone from the Lyceum, perhaps a professor, that says we're conducting an experiment.
I mean, and you can also say we are on official business from Kincaid. We just don't mention what that investigation is, but we are helping on an investigation.
or we put it away, use that information to get through. Then once we're through, pull it back out.
We can.
Because at least we don't have to try and yell over the whirly thing. And we know it's somewhere this way.
It's just the way that I see it. If we have a legitimate reason to actually enter a place, we might as well try and use the legitimate reason.
Okay. Yeah. Then let's try and get through the gates.
And they do stop you, and when you mention Kincaid, they make you stop, and they make you wait for about 45 minutes while they get verification from Kincaid himself, or at the very least from someone in his office, that you are acting on his behalf. And after about 45 minutes, they come back and they do let you through.
I did not hold the whirly thing for 45 minutes, by the way. I put it away. All right. I guess we just head on in and see what we can find.
Can I start directing her towards the estate that we think the guy was exiting towards?
Yep.
I'll just point her in the direction and have her walk towards it.
Here.
The whole picture in my head is quite hilarious, by the way. Like, just this storm cleric with this giant, like, Dawnfather symbol, like, very obvious cloak, walking with a whirligig through the middle of a cloud top district is pretty funny.
Richter's yelling to everyone that it's going to be snowing within a week.
All right, so you make your way towards the Gralhun Villa, which is what where you were told to go, or where you were believed. We're told that Vincent told you this is the direction that, or this is who Erstall had been working for, and where he believed that he would have taken the stone. That is what he again believed that taken.
Did Astrid and them ever tell us about the fact that Vincent seemed to be not what he claimed to be?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
Because if we would have, a certain male member of our party more than likely would have overreacted and lost his shit.
That we're getting information from something that's not human?
And that
not
tried to
very
use mind
uncommon.
control.
We do travel with a devil bird. I'm just going to put that.
All right, so as you approach the villa, you do it's sort of sitting a bit catacornered on the road, and you see that it's walled. It's sort of a little. It's not just like a house on the street like yours is. It does have a bit of a courtyard, and it does actually have a wall surrounding it, and the wall is kind of almost built into the villa itself. When you get to it, it does have gates in the wall at the wall, but the gates do appear to be open.
Just to say, did we get the detector back out?
Yes, I would have had that back out.
Is it running faster now?
Yes.
Like as fast as it was when we were near the ships?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go ahead and put it away, because we basically know that this thing is here. Question is, this thing is here. It's connected to the explosion.
It's also connected to the Myriad.
And connected to the guy who stole stuff off of a dead body, an explosion that may have possibly had something to do with us. So how are we going to handle this?
Well, let us at least attempt diplomacy first.
It's not like they're going to let us just walk right in there and just kind of kill their new pet Nimble, right? So
Well, it would be a safe assumption that either Nimble rights belong to the city or would have some form of marking for the Allhammer or Nim. We know of this, and we can state that the device that we have is from its owner, and it only reacts to the creation. So we know it's not theirs.
I'm not sure they're going to care if we know it's not theirs.
To be fair, if they become hostile, we can deal with that if and when. But we should at least try to open some form of discourse.
All right. Then let's go through the gates, I guess.
Sounds good. Rick, are the gates like open to where like you could walk straight up to like the door?
Yeah, and the doors are actually open themselves. Here, let me.
Okay. Richter, have I ever been by this before? Like, has it Like, have I just walking by here ever noticed this manor before?
I mean, it doesn't particularly stand out, and you don't know
Okay.
who the Growhuns actually are. So, um, so
Can I?
when you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can I just look around and see if anything looks out of place? Like, i- is everything open because they're, just having a good time, or is everything open because something has happened here?
Well, as you walk in, you do see that the gates that were open are very ornate iron gates. And you see, as you walk in, it's a pretty large yard with a number of trees. Um, the it's a it's actually the villa itself is a little bit smaller as far as like it looks appear to be 2-story brick construction, um, and off to the uh, southeast there appears to be like a stable. It's pretty much what you see just as far as like walking
Are there like windows on the second floor?
in. None that you can see at the moment. Actually, there's a balcony up there, but it actually doesn't have windows facing out in the area that you're facing.
Richter, that spell you were talking about earlier, could you just keep that on hand? Because something seems a little off.
To make you fast?
Yes.
I poof Rascal onto his shoulders again. I say, well, if it comes down to it, yes. And I'll explain to you. There is one bit of a drawback. After the spell finishes, you're rather sluggish for a few seconds.
Well, I can do quite a lot within a minute, and if the drawback's only a few seconds, I'm willing to take the chance.
I'm just gonna roll this real quick. I believe it's only one round that he stays stunned, right? Yeah.
I believe
So
so.
it's 6 seconds pretty much that you're stunned afterwards. All right. Then yeah, I'll have that on or Rascal on his shoulders. Um, should we check the stable first? That seems maybe if there's still horses here, we could assume if how many people are here.
We could do that, but if they find us out there checking their stables, it's gonna look a bit weird, almost like we're trying to steal something.
Could you
They're
send Rascal over?
yes, of course. Their gates and front door is open though, so I don't know if they'll be thinking anything's very odd right now. But yeah, Richter will kind of just hold his hand out to whoever's closest to him and grab onto like a piece of clothing, like a shirt or something, and just looking through Rascal's eyes and send him over towards the stable.
Which you can use your token for.
I'm on the Iman map still.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Which means the roll 20 is being.
Yeah, I've been having problems with my character sheet for most of the night.
I have to keep like minimizing and reopening my sheet, otherwise everything is blank where it like wasn't already open to.
Yeah.
Is everybody still on there? Astrid and Samina, are you both?
Yeah, I'm still on the map as well.
I'll try to refresh it real quick. Maybe it's just lagging.
Yeah, same. I'll back in a second.
Yeah, actually now I am into a map.
Ah, yes.
Wow. Roll 20 is terrible.
You'll love it, really.
Yeah, I'm on the map as well. Although it just looks black entirely.
Scroll down to
Oh,
the
there it
bottom.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean
So
about these
best I can,
maps.
yeah, the best I can tell, these like squiggly black thing, like this outline, I think that's supposed to be trees. To me, it looks kind of like water, but I think that's supposed to be trees. And then there is a path, like this is the path, like. But
Just out of curiosity, am I only supposed to have 30 feet of light? Like, is it nighttime?
yeah,
Okay, because I have it like where I can't see like past over there.
yep.
Okay. All right. Well, then yeah. So which way was the stables? This way?
So,
Oh, right over here. All right. The door is closed on it.
those aren't the stables. Keep going.
Oh.
It's down.
Oh, okay. Can he fit through the door?
Yeah, if roll 20, terrible. Um,
All right. He kind of just moseys his way in a little bit. Can he? Well, me looking through his eyes, can I tell the difference between this one and the rest of them?
yep. Um, this appears to be the other ones that you see appear to be just regular like draft horses. This horse here, I think it's hilarious. This, even though you can see the token, this is a jet black riding horse, even though it's brown. um, and you can see that its stable is larger, and it is very well adorned itself. It's way too nice for a horse.
Okay. And do they all like have saddles or anything, or do the other ones look like they're just maybe for like pulling carts or something?
Yeah, they do look like they're just draft horses that would be used.
All right. Well, in that case, well, can I just have him do like a little perception check to see if there's anything strange, like out of place there?
Yep.
All right. All right. Wait, so I'm using mine or his perception?
I think it's yours because you're the one that's looking.
Okay.
It's your intelligence at the very least with his eyes. So
20. Just like looking around to see if there's any sort of like rushing to get any other animals out of here or anything.
you don't notice anything. You do notice that the nice looking horse down there does appear to be have its saddle and everything attached to it. It's got
Okay.
a couple saddlebags.
All right. Yeah. Then Rascal will start running back, and Richter will pop back in and say, um, well, there were 4 horses that it looked like maybe would pull a carriage or something, and then one rather nice horse that had its saddle all prepared and everything. So I don't know if someone just arrived or if someone's preparing to leave.
Well, I suppose we should go and at least knock on the front door.
Let's go.
Yeah.
To the front door. It's down here.
Oh, it's down there, okay.
Yeah.
What,
All right.
here?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Richter kind of looks at everyone and he just says, well, because you said it is nighttime right now, right?
Yep.
He just kind of, Layla, if you were to knock on my door at this time of night, I'm pretty sure I'd have a heart attack. You sure you don't want either Astrid or Zameen to take the lead?
Well, is the
We
door
do.
locked first?
Doesn't appear.
And just in case, I'm gonna cast aid.
You,
And
Richter's gonna see what you're doing and be used to it and say, "You take care of you three. I will be far, far away from any danger."
all right, so I cast it on all three of us.
And everybody do a perception check while you're.
And I'll keep Rascal on me, but I'm just gonna say that because Laylath can't move with him, but he is gonna be on Laylath for now.
Zameen and Richter, there's somebody staring in your face.
What?
Ah.
Guys, we've remember back in the tunnels when somebody was staring in our faces?
Yes, that happened to me this morning.
It's happening to me right now.
So that's from what the succubus said. That was the myriad.
Richter,
Huh?
when Richter feels it, he's just gonna like put on a little bit of a grin and just try to his best to stare straight ahead.
And considering this is a place considered to be a myriad hideout or known for myriad activity, it's safe to assume that the person looking at us could be here.
That is very true.
Well, then he knows we're here too, which is quite unfortunate.
It is. So, considering this door is not locked, would you like me to open the door?
Might as well now.
Just make sure you don't step onto any wires or traps, please.
I would like to open the door, please. I would like to state it's not breaking and entering if the door's unlocked.
Just trespassing.
Entering.
Trespassing if anyone's alive to report it. Okay.
Um, hello there.
You actually don't see anything. These things are not supposed to be there.
Um,
Hello, face that keeps staring at us. I assume you're here? If you're powerful enough to do that, I mean, can you speak to us?
as she's talking, can I have a look around for any sort of traps on this room or in out like the surrounding doors?
Astrid will help.
Um, before you do that,
Okay.
Take 70 points of damage.
yeah, the roof collapses and you all die. I removed those things. They're supposed to be bodies. So when you walk in, to this room, it does appear to be essentially like, this is a villa. So this is like the Great Hall, essentially. Like, it's the big entrance to this villa. And again, these maps are so boring and awful. It's hard to tell. But you see that the floor is covered with bodies, dead bodies, not unconscious ones. They're dead. You see that it's very nice. There are two iron chandeliers that are hanging from the ceiling. There does appear to be a rather nice dining room table, and there are some people that appear to have been having dinner that have daggers in their backs. Above the fireplace, which is this weird drawn thing, there is a family portrait, which to your best guess would be the Lord and Lady Gralhund, and they have three children in the picture. The painting itself probably old, so you're not sure how old those children are at the moment. And there does also appear to be a dog in the painting as well. Um, what you recognize as far as the corpses are concerned, it's about 8. What you can gather is probably guards, just because you notice that some of like the tapestries and the decorations appear to match sort of the livery that the dead bodies are wearing. And so it does appear that it is actual members of the guard of this family that are the dead ones. They are all humans.
Okay. Um,
So maybe the face wasn't coming from here, or
or it killed everyone here and has now been using this place as a base.
I could cast
That's
Speak
true.
with Dead to see if we can learn something from one of these.
that may be a
If
good
their
idea.
faces are fine.
Richard's gonna kind of look to everyone and say, I was not expecting a fight today, so I don't have many uh, offensive spells prepared.
Then just focus on defense then.
And I will go with Astrid as she like approaches the body and just like look around for any sort of anything out of place, like trap wise or anything like that.
Okay.
Oh, very bad.
You don't see anything. Astrid, what would you like to ask?
Alright, everyone, we have 5 questions. I suppose the first one would be, could you please tell me who you are?
Um, I'm not sure if it matters exactly who they were. More, I guess, what they were doing here.
This is
And
their
then,
home. They were attacked here, I believe. And you said they look like the people from the portrait, right?
No, these their armor and stuff appears to have some of the uh, symbols and everything of the house, but they
Okay.
don't they're nobody in the thing.
so
So
we know that they were family guards, possibly. So we should probably try and find out who
What did this?
attacked them.
well, you ask his name or who is he, and he says his name is Jeff. So that's one question.
And she'll say, oh, hello, Jeff. Shall I ask? And she'll look around at the others like, shall I ask what happened?
Uh, perhaps what or who attacked them?
Okay. What attacked you, Jeff?
He just says bandits.
Hmm.
Perhaps.
Odd if bandits did this right in the
Well,
middle of the quarter.
it is possible it's not bandits and perhaps members of the myriad instead.
Perhaps how.
Or the clasp. I mean, if this place was where the myriad was working out of, and didn't something happen in Kymel with the clasp and the myriad? Maybe it's starting to happen here too.
You could ask him if this family was a family of the myriad.
Uh,
Any allegiances?
what are the allegiances of the Gralhan family?
He says the Council of Iman.
So probably the myriad did this then and took the home for their base.
It seems like this. This is probably something we want to tell Count Kincaid as quickly as possible as well, potentially.
Do you think it'd be worth asking how many attack them?
If you don't mind, I have a question which might help.
Yes.
Recently, did a man who was covered in burns turn up?
And Astrid will ask that.
Yes.
So we know he came here at the very least.
And we have one more question. We could ask the number of people that attacked them.
I would definitely want to know if he did show up here, if what he brought with him, if he left it here, but I don't know if the guards would know that.
Yes, it is possible they would have been killed before such an item as that would have appeared, and these individuals, they would not know some things that happened after
Well, I mean,
their death.
if they're saying that they saw a person with burns come here, they must have been alive when it happened.
Also, if what information we do not get from the corpse, we can also look around and investigate ourselves.
That's true.
You could ask if they know of any secret passages in the home.
Do you know of any secret passages in this villa?
Nope.
All right. Thank you
Good night,
very much, Jeff.
And then Jeff dies again.
Okay. Well, Richter's gonna look to everyone and say, "Well, if you don't mind giving me 10 minutes, I can detect magic. Perhaps if something was worth killing and stealing over, I would assume it would have some sort of magical aura. Perhaps that would be a way to find it."
All right.
If I remember
And
correctly, it was a magical stone.
Richter will either look for somewhere on the ground that's not covered in bodies or blood, or find a chair or something and sit down and cast detect magic over 10 minutes. And as he's going to sit down to do that, he'll look to Astrid and say, "Well, you could go through some of the bodies to see if they have any information on them."
Oh, that is true. And Astrid will go through some of the bodies and
I'll help with that.
Yeah, don't ask me. I've got nothing in investigation or perception.
You do not find anything magical, and you do not find anything worthwhile on these bodies.
okay.
There's 2 doors here, and then are these also doors right here?
Yes.
Okay. So, uh, in my investigation, did I notice if any of them were locked or anything?
None of the doors.
Okay. Richter will back out of the way and say, "Lilith, I agree. You should probably be the first in."
Um, Open
With
door.
Rascal still on your shoulder.
So, because again, these maps are amazing. This is a blank room. However, it's not empty.
Oh!
So
Piles of gold.
when you enter this room, it appears to be a parlor, essentially. The room itself is furnished. You know, it looks very comfortable. It's not quite as like sort of posh as the room you were just in. This looks like one people actually like hang out in, and it's sort of like it's more comfortable. There's a wine cabinet in there. Looks like there are some paintings of that are even much older than the ones that you saw. So it looks like more of like these family members, but like years and years ago. Um, in addition to that, you do find 2 more dead bodies of what appear to be guards, and they are bleeding all over the rugs. They're just now stained.
Can I go like approach one of them and try to do like some sort of check to see if I could tell how long they've been dead?
Are you proficient in medicine?
I am not proficient in medicine.
Astrid could do that.
I can
Um,
also help on that. I'm proficient in medicine.
um, yeah, it would be a medicine check. Survival check is more of like making sure people don't get lost when you're in the woods. Um, Probably within the past 3 hours or so.
Oh shit. Mm,
So they could certainly still be here.
we should move quickly.
Okay. So there's a door here as well.
You want to open that door?
Sure, let it explode. Hmm. Am I supposed to see that?
Yep.
Does does that look familiar?
So you could do a nature check. You probably don't need to do a nature check. Essentially, what this room appears to be, as you walk in, is that this is sort of like a trophy room. There are a bunch of like you know beast heads mounted on the wall, and there are some like nice sort of suits of armor standing on sort of like in the corners and everything. And there's like a bearskin rug, very nice overstuffed chairs in there. What you see in the center there is in the middle of the room there is a cage with a hooded falcon thing on it. So obviously you think that this is like part of the whole thing is the dude's into falconry, and that so the falcon was not killed along with everyone else. So there's just a bird in there. Appears to be sleeping because it has its hood on, so it can't see anything.
Richter is going to just go and open the cage.
Hold on. I have Beast Bond in that ring. I can try and have a telepathic link with it. Maybe I can communicate.
It's unlikely that the bird saw anything, especially with a hood on its head.
My only intention was not to leave it here to just starve, but if you think you could use it,
Well, if nothing else for 10 minutes, we could have it follow us around and maybe it could help us if we get into a bad spot.
You can also, I have a potion from Lelis' animal friendship. You could use it to potentially charm the falcon.
we also do not have a great track record with birds.
No, I find birds wonderful.
I mean, you could do like an animal handling check if you want to pet falcon.
I will try and cast Beast Bond on it.
Okay. That's spell fails if it tell it what where did it
If it has an intelligence of a 4 or higher. Jesus.
Um, I can't find falcon. The closest thing I can find is a hawk.
Yeah, and that's what it uses, and it does
It,
not have it has an intelligence of 2.
yeah.
And so I just try and say, it's okay, and get it to try and like sit up on my arm, I guess, and see if I can feel anything. Is it distressed? Does it know anything. I don't know how
Are
to.
you are you gonna put the falconer's glove on first so that it doesn't
Yeah. Well,
just
I'm.
clamp onto your arm?
Well, I do have armor, the
Ah,
gauntlets on.
that's true. That's true. So yeah, it will. If you take the hood off, it'll best that you can get from its communicating with simple emotions and concepts. It basically just says that it's kind of hungry.
And I could take out some like small bits of food that I have from a pack and try and feed it a little.
Richter just tells Layla, if that thing comes near Rascal, you kill it
It's okay. I think I can keep it from doing anything
for a few
um,
minutes.
for about 10 minutes, but and I don't know anything about this from a game standpoint with animal handling. Could I kind of make it listen to me more like with animal handling checks and things like that?
Well, I mean, if you want to take it with you, you would want to do an animal handling check. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, you have a pet falcon.
Sweet. I have a falcon. I'm a falconeer.
Just don't punch it.
Or send any electricity because I can deal with the electricity, but I'm pretty sure I would fry my bird.
Um, so if you want, the hawk is the stats that you'd use. So it's got an AC of 13 and it has one hit. So probably don't want to get. It can attack though. I'll even let you do them from time to time. Not every time because it's not a animal companion, but they do have the ability to attack.
Okay. All right. Well, we found a falcon. That's
Yes,
something.
now you have to figure out a name for him, and
And hope that Maggie doesn't kill it.
yes, I will hopefully make sure General Magnarax does not get near it. Probably.
Maybe.
I'm just gonna open a
Well,
door.
I feel like I shouldn't name it yet, just in case. When you name things, you kind of get attached.
And just out of pure, well, actually, no, I already did an investigation. I was gonna say, can I go check the fireplace?
And for now, we'll just say that the falcon is with you. Because roll 20 is garbage, you won't let me actually like assign the token to you at the moment. So
Yeah.
we'll just say that it's with you.
And I'm actually going to keep him kind of up on my shoulders so that I have my arms free to swing.
Okay.
Is this set of double doors locked?
Nope.
Can I open the double doors? I'm guessing this is some form of a study because it looks like an empty room.
Yeah, you're close. It's a library. So it is a wood paneled library. It's got tall bookshelves. It's got tons and tons of books. It's got even so many of these. And honestly, I've always wanted this. Like, I would love to have some in my own house. It's got like the sliding ladders that go across like the um on the rails, just so they can get to higher shelves. Like, I wish I had a house big enough that I had, you know, a need for that with that many books. But yeah, it's got those, which is cool. Um, it does have a lectern um, in the upper corner there with a closed, locked, leather-bound tome that is resting on it. And it has a couple of padded chairs that are next to the large fireplace. And there is a wolf skin that is draped over one of those chairs.
If
Um,
It hasn't been 10 minutes. My detect magic's still active.
At this point, it's probably been 10 minutes since you're
Okay.
messing around with a bird.
Would you like another 10 minutes to cast Detect Magic?
Richter doesn't even answer. He just sits down.
I mean, considering you're
would
not
it-
going to be offensively casting spells, would you just like to cast the spell?
I don't have it prepared. It's a ritual.
I know this is terrible, but that kind of looks like an expensive piece of fabric. I mean, we may. Uh, I mean, if everybody's dead, okay.
All I could think about as you would describe this room was doing the supermarket sweep style with all the books in the bag of holding.
Yeah, Astrid is gonna look around and
Yeah, I think
read
at
the
this stage
tome,
with
see if
everyone
there's
dead,
something interesting.
we're just taking shit.
Yeah, can I go look at the leather bound tome and see if I can.
Oh, Richter's gonna kill you.
So the books like on the shelves and everything is they appear to be rather old. They are well kept, but they are like all kinds of stuff. There's historical texts. There's like plays. There's novels. There's poetry. Um, the book, the book on the lectern, it looks like it might be a spell book, but it's hard to tell. Yeah.
Well, this looks kind of spelly. That's sort of in my wheelhouse, but not completely. So I think I'll just wait to see if you get anything off of it in particular.
I mean, I wanted to run towards it immediately, but that's why I wanted to do detect magic in case it's like fucking cursed or something.
So I'm assuming Astrid, you're going to look around at all the books and everything for the
Yep.
next 10 minutes.
Yep.
The book, the locked tome, does emanate an aura of abjuration magic.
But still, should I dispel it potentially?
Um,
Or is all magic books have magic?
Abjuration. It can be dangerous, but I don't think it would be. Um, can I send Rascal over to it to try to like just stand on it, like make sure it's not just a touch thing and you get killed?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll send him to stand on it.
And he dies.
Nope. Now there is a weasel standing on a book.
Okay. Um, I'll go and pick it up.
Or ferret, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll pick the book up, and it is locked, right?
Yes.
All right, Richter will look and say, "Well, I can't unlock this, but I don't think it's worth using a spell right now, in case we do get into a fight."
And
And Richter looks at you when he puts it in his own bag.
It apparently wasn't important enough, I guess, for those who were here to steal it, so
Or,
might as well take it with us.
as the dead man said, it was somewhat bandits. Maybe they didn't know much about the arcane.
Well, I guess the only other way to go is stairs, or is this a door over here to the right?
Or there's a
This is a
door
door,
here
too.
as well.
You can open that door.
Yep.
Oh, look, it's an empty room. That's not really an empty room.
Oh, wow.
So this appears to be a study of some kind. There is a very nice desk in the corner that doesn't look like it's seen much use. There are some velvet armchairs and small statues of naked men on pedestals. There are some bookshelves that are arranged neatly around the room. Oddly, there appears to be a 10-foot squared like wrestling mat in
Mm.
the center of the room. Um, Additionally, Astrid, of course, being interested in the books, as you go over there, you realize that the books are actually just boxes that are painted cardboard to look like books, but they're not actually books. When you pull them out, you see that inside the boxes themselves, there appear to be some rather um, bawdy drawings and some rather inappropriate poems hidden inside them.
Astrid looks at Layla and is like, I think I found porn.
So yeah, they had a porn wrestling room.
With
I
naked
don't
men statues.
with naked men statues.
Oh, this is strange. Okay, let's go. Bye bye.
Well, I mean, do we know any stores that like porn? We could sell it. I don't know if I want to be a porn vendor. All right, let's check out another room.
Was
Take it
there
to a guy who'll paint them all purple.
was there a room
Yeah.
down here as well? Is this a door as well?
Yep.
Okay, so we got the
Well, there's this other door up here too, I think.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah. I was just wondering if that was a door. I couldn't see it fully.
Yeah, the way that they drew it,
Yeah.
bad, but yeah. So,
So would we prefer to go north or south?
South.
Okay, let's open the door.
this door actually appears to be barred um, from like the other side. It doesn't appear to be locked, but when you like push on it, you can feel like resistance on the other side.
Well, then north.
Very well. We have another staircase, and I'm guessing this is not an empty room.
Surprisingly, it is not.
Oh,
Um, this appears to be, for lack of a better term, a laundry room. It's got some sort of like scrub buckets and water basins and soap and mops and chamber pots and all that kind of stuff. You do see in the corner there is what appears to be a servant, middle-aged woman, um, and she has a dagger sticking out of her chest. Dead.
I think we're getting a theme in this house, unfortunately.
Well, and it must have been a fair amount of people to take out this many. Because if she didn't even get out of this room
Or a very trained assassin.
to kill 8 guards in one room,
Yes.
I could probably do it.
Well, I do believe that when I spoke to Jeff, he said bandits in plural.
that's true. All right, well, let's keep going. We can, I guess, go to the other floors when we're done.
It's the kitchen. Nothing special.
Okay, let's go south then. So this would be the room that was barricaded, yes?
Yes, and that does appear to be a pantry. So it's got a bunch of shelves with the dry food stuffs and spices and tablecloths and jars of preserves, and there's a few casks of ale and wine. Um, what you see is that there is a older human male and a younger looking halfling um, that are dead against the door. They were what are.
Yeah. Okay.
Richter will try to pick up the halfling and move it out of the way.
So this door right here, a small little door, actually leads out to the street. on the back side of essentially the end of the map. So there's nothing out there.
Okay.
But that's going back to the street on the back side of the villa.
Uh,
And then this door right here leads back out to the courtyard.
okay. So, a question. These stairs here, are these up or down?
They are up.
And ones to the left, up or down?
Also,
Okay.
Do you want me to send Rascal up the skinny stairs?
If you wish, yes.
Yeah, can I send Rascal up? I'll put a little coin in his headband so he has light.
to move your token, you are here, different
Alright.
part of the map.
Okay. Are any of these doors like? Do any of them have big enough like spaces between the floor and the door that he could like squeeze under?
No.
No. Okay. So yeah, he just looks around and then heads back down. Well, actually, can you look around on the floor to see if there's any blood or anything around? Or any signs of like struggle?
My Roll20 is lagging out here. There does appear to be a bit of blood on the floor, yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll just head back down, and I'll snap out of it, and I'll say, it leads up to a bit of a cross of a hallway, and there's two doors to the left, one on each side of the hall, and one straight ahead as you get to the top of the stairs.
And I'll say that you guys would be, I mean, even though none of you necessarily grew up in this, you would recognize that given the fact that you were just like in the pantry and the kitchen and the laundry, there's that small narrow stairs and then you have the big stairs over here. You would recognize that those small stairs going up are the servant stairs, and then the big stairs are for like the real people, you know.
So if we can check the stairs to the left first, and we can always come back and check the servants' quarters.
Sure.
All right.
All right, so if everybody wants to, I'm going to move you quick, and then I have to move all of. Oops.
Where am I?
I don't know. Where are you? There you are.
Let me just zoom out so I can see myself. Ah,
Yeah,
there.
upper left from where we were. So when you come up the stairs, you can see a bunch more bodies. And from the open doors in the hallway, you can hear somebody screaming that the city watch is on its way, as they could hear you coming up stairs. In the area that you're in right now, there are about 6 dead bodies.
They say the city watch is coming?
Yeah, like the Iman Guard. I can't remember what they're called, so I call them the city watch.
Okay.
That's all right. We're not here to hurt you. We're actually here to try and find out what happened.
We are investigating according
Possible
to
attacks.
Kincaid. Sent by Kincaid.
Did the device come from here?
Yes.
Oh, shit. Might as well. Am I
Is
supposed
it going to let you? It's going to let you go through there. I can't even tell because the
I
logic
can
just
see
is,
it. I'll
yeah,
see if I
but
can
does it
move
let you go?
through. Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure the way that the dynamic lighting was set up. So what you see in front of you right now is a half orc that's dead, and then you see a another woman who appears to be gravely injured.
I can go over and cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay. And she sort of still, you can tell, in pain. She's like, "What are you doing in my house?"
We were following a lead. We were hired to do a job by uh, Kincaid. It led us here, and your gates and door were open. Are the people who attacked still here?
She shakes her head.
Did you recognize any of them, or were they wearing any specific clothing or symbols?
Didn't.
What about the nimble bright?
She sort of flashes you like a little angry kind of look and says, "I don't know what you're talking about."
Um,
Do I believe her?
Do an insight check.
Just sort of say, do I believe her?
Yes. Yeah, can Astra do one as well? Or help?
Well, if you do not believe.
um, uh, let me try something real quick. And I'm just going to pull the thing out and turn it on.
It's, I already know she's lying, but
Yeah, but this is going to prove it.
no, I said that
Just
out
saying.
loud.
Oh. Yeah, see this thing we were given? It tells us that an Imblebright is nearby.
And you know of its
And
presence.
And
we
as
turned
you're
it
saying
in.
that, you see it slowing down.
And it's off.
It's running
Is there any
away.
windows around?
This leads to a balcony.
Richter runs out and casts fly on himself.
Okay.
And he's gonna just go up like 20, 25 feet and see if he can see anything running away.
Your perception.
Please. Not bad.
Can
You think you might see a little glint of something pretty far off in the distance.
All right,
Here,
Richter,
do you want to take this and follow it?
he's already going. He points and messages back to you and just says, I'm not going to engage with it. I'm just going to follow it. I'll come back. And he's flying away.
Okay. Well, she's just gonna turn back around.
So I'm just gonna I want to stay up in the air, because it is dark out and stuff. So I want to try to stay unseen, and I just want to follow this thing as far as I could,
Okay.
keeping a very good distance away from it. So like even if it tried to throw something at me, I'm hoping I'd be out of range.
All right.
All right. Well, lady, we know that it was here and that it had something possibly to do with the explosion that happened the other night. What does this have to do with the attack that happened on your house? We know it was very recent.
She's just staring daggers at you, but not saying anything.
Would it also happen to be about the person who came with the delivery of the stone, who worked for the Myriad?
You know the guy with the burnt face?
She continues just to not say anything.
Well, considering there's no guard coming, I suppose it's up to us to either one, do the interrogation, or two, hand you over to the guard as a suspect in a bombing.
Or I can take back that little help that I just gave you. I suggest you start being a little bit more helpful.
She's like, "You barge into my house and make threats."
I'm not making any threats. I gave, and I can take it away. Also, other people barged in here and hurt you, but someone may have been coming after us that night. And if you had anything to do with it, then you're our enemy, too.
Matt, is this door to the south open or unlocked?
It is not.
Now, we can either help you out here and help each other out, or we can turn you over. You think if they came in here and killed all these people and you barely survived, that they're not going to come and try again?
Make a dexterity saving throw. I mean, so it doesn't appear that she's trying to kill you, but she does like pull out a rapier and swing it at you, but kind of half-heartedly. It's more appears to be a bit of a distraction because as she's doing it with one hand, she takes a vial and drinks it. So it's more of a just buying herself some time,
Can I
but it doesn't hit
attempt
you.
to
I
grapple
cast
her?
Fairy Fire.
Okay, cast fairy fire.
Can I attempt to grapple her?
If you want to.
Yeah. So it's just a strength check, isn't it?
She doesn't attempt to stop you.
I do believe that vial was most likely a poison of some kind, perhaps.
Can I stick my fingers down her throat?
Do a dexterity check.
Ooh, that's not gonna end well.
You attempt to do that, and she bites your fingers, but you can't get. About 15 seconds later, she pretty much dies.
All right, well, that was a waste of healing.
Would someone care to speak with Dead while I now try and finish checking this place out?
The problem is the dead can lie, right?
Yes, and she knows that we are her enemy. She won't be very forthright even if we ask her the questions. But perhaps I could ask the half-orc.
Possibly. Can I try and kick this door open?
Yep. Strength.
I'm guessing again this is not an empty room.
It is not an empty room. It appears to be. Also, just as an FYI, the woman who just killed herself was one of the women in the picture, in the painting. This appears to be a children's room. And you do see that there are bodies of two young boys. And in addition, a younger, not a child, but not doesn't appear to be quite an adult woman, as well as a body of a tiefling. Can't really put an age on the tiefling.
So do all the children look like the ones out of the photo? Or the
The
portrait?
the young boys appear to be the The girl could be a bit older, so it's hard to tell if it was the same girl that was in the painting. The tiefling obviously was not in the painting, but dead tiefling. And they all appear to be dead, but not stabbed or anything. Um, they look like they're sleeping, but as you go, they're dead.
Does it look like it could have been a take this poison before they come and kill you?
Could be.
Okay.
Can I do I guess a medicine check on them to see? Because usually, if people poison themselves, there's some sort of like markings around the mouth or something in the eyes that shows that they drink something that kind of infected them or killed them.
Yeah, do a medicine check, and Richter do a perception check.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Zabine, it does appear that they drank.
Yeah,
And
not terrible.
you lost them.
Astrid, I would ask that you don't go into that room, please.
All right. What was in there?
The children.
Ah,
It appears that someone either poisoned them and then themselves, or they all decided to take the quick way out instead of getting caught and murdered.
I'm gonna.
So, in addition to so the room that you're in now, um, it appears to be been like a master bedroom of sorts. The You do see a wooden trunk in the corner. Um, Other than that, it is decorated nicely, and there is like a wardrobe that has some very nice, expensive clothing in it.
Is the trunk locked?
It is, yes.
Can I try and break it open?
Famous last words.
Yeah, you can do that. There is always the possibility that the things inside will be, broken as well. But
Does she have
But
a
I mean,
key
like,
on the corpse?
she does.
probably should have checked that first. I'm like mid swing, and you just like
No,
stand up.
no. Stop, please. Let's use the key.
Do a perception. Well, so you can unlock the trunk, right? And
Yes.
so inside the trunk, it does appear to be some folded clothes and shoes. But do a perception check,
Oh, Jesus.
or anybody. I mean, it doesn't have to be you specifically. Anybody. You could have somebody who knows what they're doing. Look at.
Yeah. With my +1 for perception.
I mean, I'll take the 21, and we'll say that Astrid was helping you as well. You do find a secret compartment. Within this secret compartment, you find two holy symbols and two pairs of robes that are red and gold in color. And if you would like to know what the holy symbols are, you guys can do a religion check.
I'm not very religious except for my own God,
If it's
apparently.
not the All Father, it does not matter.
Astrid recognizes these holy symbols. Give me a second. I don't know if there's an equivalent. There is an equivalent, and the holy symbols are from the Lord of the Hells, Asmodeus.
Ooh. Oh,
if she'll let the others know. This doesn't seem too good. Apparently, they were worshippers of Asmodeus.
Well, fantastic.
We should probably put them back for now.
Hmm.
All right, let me allow. Shall I speak to this havoc then? I forgot I was going to do that.
Yeah,
Well,
if you two want
should we take the holy symbols and the robes? It's possible that if we could at some point infiltrate a meeting, possibly. Maybe there's something going on, maybe back in the caves that we were in, or here around the city, we could kind of sneak into. I mean, I wouldn't, or we could give them to the guard as evidence. But how do we know that somebody else up high in the city isn't in on this as well?
Maybe just give one to Maggie. He'd probably like it.
I was about to say, like, here you go. Here's one of your friends' token.
Of course, Asmodeus and Orcus, I don't believe had too much.
we can certainly take them along with us if you believe they will be helpful.
Perhaps leave just one of the symbols here to implicate her and this family. I don't want us to. I don't know. Maybe this family would get off when they were doing something that they should not have been doing.
That's true.
They would just become martyrs, essentially, bandits coming and killing everyone.
Well, before we talk with our orc friend here, there are still a few more rooms we should probably check out just to make sure there's nothing hiding for us.
All right.
Is it an empty room?
It is a bathroom with a claw-footed bathtub in it.
Is the door next to me open as well?
So here is um, a bed chamber. Within this room, there is also a bird cage on a table. There's no bird in it. There is also a odd-looking circle on the floor. Um, and there is what appears to be a journal.
Can we take the journal? Is it in common?
It is.
Can I look at the last entry?
Yeah. Here. So the last entry says, "My wife was frustrated with the Myriad and their inability to secure the artifact. She gave a necklace of fireballs to her mechanical servant and sent it out to help retrieve the stone. It was careless and caught the Myriad in the fireball by mistake."
Well,
Well,
it seems that this family is most certainly working with the Myriad.
and it seems so was the mechanical creature.
And I will read another entry that you find interesting, which is the talking about the stone of Galore, mentioning that it is some kind of ancient creature that has been transformed into an artifact. It knows the location of a hidden vault in Iman containing 500,000 platinum.
Does it state anywhere in that book where they may have hidden the stone?
Nope.
Well, I definitely don't think we should leave this for the guards to find, but it gives us some helpful information.
Which you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe 500,000 platinum is 5 million gold.
Yeah,
Because isn't it 10?
yeah, 10 to
So
1.
So yeah, 500,000 platinum would be 5 million gold.
Jesus, that's a lot of gold. Question, could I fit that much platinum inside of my bag?
No, that would weigh a lot. It's the same thing like when Vox Machina was it. Who did they kill? Was it? It was
Vorgal.
Vorgal, and they couldn't carry all the stuff.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. They're like, "Can we convert it?"
Like, there's no banks up in the mountain.
I mean, didn't they literally find a fucking boat in the ice?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was like treasure like underneath the ground, like it was covered in ice, and like and Vorgal himself, they were just cutting pieces off of him that they couldn't carry. So yeah, that's all that you find in this room.
Okay.
And does Astrid recognize the circle?
Do an Arcana check. It's a teleportation.
I'm curious where is this teleporter to? Perhaps to the myriads themselves or something?
It's quite possible. And wasn't there a room to the north as well?
Does anyone know how to use a teleportation circle?
Yeah, Richter might.
Not yet.
Oh, this is a big fucking room.
That is a ballroom.
Oh.
It has mirrors all over the place. It's got a bunch of tapestries, stained glass lamps, if any lamps, are all on the walls. Very nice marbled floor. That's it. Nothing special. There is a mural on the wall to the east there, which is depicting a giant orgy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's it for this place. Shall we go and talk to our orcish friend?
Oh, that sounds good.
so.
Have we seen the body of the father or the husband in this house yet?
You have not.
We also have the servants' quarters to check.
Right. And let's go with that again. Okay, once again we have 5 questions.
Maybe start off with who do you work for?
Who do you work for?
Growlhund.
And
Where is the myriad base?
Oh no.
I've got 2, but I'll confirm it with you 2 first. One is, does he know where the stone is? And the second one would be, does he know where the master of the house would be?
do you know where the stone is?
Nope.
Do you know where the master of this house is? Calhoun himself?
Nope.
Not terribly useful, is he?
Does he know where the teleportation circle leads to?
Where does the teleportation circle in the...
Never used.
God damn it.
Well, that was 5 questions, so I suppose we should be on our way.
Yeah, we can check out the servants' quarters quickly, but we do have to, at the very least, inform the guards of what's happened here.
Yes. And also that this family was working with the myriad.
And devil worshippers.
And yes,
And
devil worshippers.
probably orgy parties too.
I mean,
That can sometimes go hand in hand with the devil worshipping, I think.
and
Yes.
it's not the worst thing to ever be accused of.
Comparatively speaking, sure.
So, down and to the servants' quarters, please.
All right. So actually, just to save time, there is nothing but dead bodies in the servants' quarters.
And I'm assuming the father or whatever is not there.
He is not.
And I'm guessing Richter at this stage has probably come back to us.
I would have gone back to the exact same room that I left from. If I didn't see anyone there, I would have looked through Rascal's eyes since he's still with you and found where you were and came to you guys. Yeah.
Move you guys back up.
Yeah. Did we want to look around the grounds themselves quickly? You said that there was a horse with a saddle. Is it gone now?
Richard's kind of like still just trying to catch his breath from fucking flying through the air. And yeah.
I guess it's this one to the right.
Yep.
It's still there.
And you said the black horse had saddlebags?
Yep.
Can we rummage through said saddlebags?
As they're doing that, I'm just going to look to him and I'll say, well, did you figure anything out in the house?
Sadly, most of them poisoned themselves. We couldn't find the father. We found out they worship Asmodeus, Lord of the Hells. And there was an orgy ballroom and a room full of porn.
And also that they were in fact working with the myriad. And they were after the stone, and she was the one who sent the Nimblewhite. And the myriad that got burned, that was an accident.
Yeah, she was the one that had the necklace with the stones of fireball. And yeah, so we know it was them, and they were working with the myriad. But if that's the case, seems odd that just bandits would come in here and do this. Maybe the myriad got angry. Oh, and that ball that we're looking for is actually apparently a thing, like a person or a creature, and it knows the location of a hidden place here in Amon with a stash of quite a bit of platinum.
500,000 pieces of platinum.
So in the saddlebags,
Yeah.
you find four gold bars that are worth 250 gold apiece.
So it's 1,000.
And you find something that will be so useful to you since you left your cart and everything in, where was it? Where did you guys leave it?
Zephyr?
Yeah. We didn't even have any horses, but
No, we got another one. We got one and we left it in in Craghammer.
Near Craghammer, yeah, I thought.
And then we remember we were part of the like the trade route that was coming here. We were following the merchants in our cart. So the cart is in Iman.
Gotcha.
Can
Which we can say that you've actually taken to your manor then.
just say, does this look like a decent horse?
Yes.
Is it a war horse?
That is not a war horse. The four horses, those are draft horses. This horse is named Maladar, which you can see inscribed on its saddle, and it is a riding horse.
Do we think anyone would miss it if we commandeered it?
They're dead.
Well, obviously
Well,
I
someone
can
would
ride.
take the horse and take it back to the house, and the rest of us could talk to the guard about what happened. It would be a little suspicious if we just showed up riding the horse of the people that we came out of the house
So
from.
we're not going to continue after the nimble rate.
Well, we need to, but don't we need to tell the guard that there's basically a whole house of murdered people and they had something to do with the explosion?
I,
Then the
I'm,
guard could help look for the nimble ride as well.
but what? I just don't find it to be very smart to go tell the guards, "Oh, hey, we were just at this house where a woman supposedly killed herself." That doesn't look too good for us.
Well, we did confirm with guards when we entered the district we were working on an investigation for their Master of Defence. If we just, again, considering doing, we are actually hired for an investigation, report that there is a house full of murdered people, part of the investigation, it's not too far-fetched.
And we can say that we had proof from the book. We can show them the journal. Say that in there it shows specifically that the woman of the house had something to do with it, and that a nimble right did as well. And then they can start looking for the nimble right. You can tell them which direction it went, and we could all be working together as part of the investigation instead of just doing it ourselves and it looking like we had something to do with this.
If there's one thing that I remember from Zalia, it's that the clasp and the myriad both have their hands in fingers in places, including the guard and the government. So if you wish to tell them, you feel free, but I don't agree.
We could just tell Kincaid himself.
So if you wish, I can do that visit. If you three wish to take the horse and go back to our manor.
Well, if this was the myriad, right? Then why don't we try and talk to the clasp again?
Yeah.
Didn't your friend say she was going to send a letter? Maybe the clasp would be better to work with then. Let them know what happened. They surely could have people all over the place looking for the nimble right.
Anything we have any information on or know, the clasp already knows.
That's true. Maybe.
I will defer to the party. I do not find it to be beneficial to inform anyone of any of this. The guards will eventually see the open gates and see everything. It's no longer our problem.
All right, then someone takes the horse back and what we go speak directly to the master of arms.
So
Matt, where did I let go? Like, where did I stop seeing the nimble rate? Like, where was it headed towards?
It was going to the east. You lost track of it in the promenade.
Okay.
Promenade, however.
oh, yeah, certainly, even if we don't take the horse, we can at least go visit Kincaid or his office.
What if you did that and we just leave the horse and the rest of us try and go look for the nimble right. I'll have to take the thing, of course.
It might not be the best idea to go looking for it right now. It's nighttime now, right? Like
Yep.
it's quite loud. It would probably cause quite the disturbance at night.
All right.
Or we can continue the search in the morning. But I definitely believe we should inform Kincaid, considering we have bodies of dead children, at the very least.
All right. We can do that.
I can bring attention to this house without anyone knowing it's us.
I don't really care if people know it's us. We are actually investigating.
We're
Well,
investigating a murderer to the north of town, not in this district.
Well, multiple murders did happen, both in two different places, so I'm not so sure Kincaid's going to be too upset that we pointed him to this.
are you thinking about setting the house on fire?
No, I'm just thinking of finding guards and distracting them to this way so they'll discover the bodies.
We could do that and then try and get out and go to Kincaid. But on the topic of all of this, oh shit, I don't know about Vincent, right? Never
Know
mind.
what?
I mean, you would know who you haven't met him, but they would have told you about him because that's where they got some information. So,
Yeah, but they didn't tell me that he wasn't human.
or that he tried to, yeah, do something to Astrid.
Well, onward to Kincaid then. And I guess just leave Rascal with Lalith and you can find your way back to us?
That's fine.
Okay. So, what do you guys want to do?
I guess so.
Richter's following wherever everyone goes, but he is
Well, I thought you were gonna
extremely quiet.
go get the.
Oh no, I was gonna literally just set
Guards.
up an illusion that would be seen and they would notice it and go in.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't going to talk to anyone. I want no one to know that we were here, but no one else is
Okay.
keen on that idea.
Well, yeah. Mm,
I'm just going to
Yeah.
Kincaid.
Okay. I mean, at this point, he's not going to be there because it's like super late. But
Oh yeah.
you can. He's got people that you can relay the information to.
It'd just basically be handing in the journal and informing them of the villa and the sheer amount of dead bodies that are here.
I'm not sure if we would want to leave all that with people that work for Kincaid. Shouldn't it be directly to Kincaid?
Well, I can keep hold of the journal, and once he's investigated it himself, I can hand him the journal.
They're also going to investigate it, see Nimblewright, and if that leads them to Nim, they'll destroy him.
Well, surely we can explain.
That this creature or that this Nimblewright created another Nimblewright that is a murderer, and they will forgive him, I'm sure.
Well, let's take one thing at a time. So, keeping the journal and informing Kincaid's office of what's happened here.
The Devil Porn House.
The Devil Porn Murder House.
Yes.
That's the next American Horror Story.
Yeah. That actually sounds like it would be like what that show would be about. Actually.
Technically, that's pretty much season 1 a little bit.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. I've actually only seen the first season, and that was enough. I was like, all right, I'm disturbed enough. I'm not watching anymore.
I heard it got really bad after like the second season, and then it got really good this past season.
Yeah, this most recent season, especially if yeah, this one's a good one. But continuing.
So you were going to be searching for the nimble right?
I think we were gonna go do that in the morning. I was just following the group. I think Layla was trying to go to Kincaid, and then we were gonna go to sleep because middle of the night whirling loud
Gotcha.
thing doesn't really work too well.
Yeah, so I'm keeping hold of the journal for now, but I am informing them of the villa, and I do I'll specifically mention that I have more information, but it will be just for Kincaid himself.
Okay.
And when we all get back to the house, Richter just looks at everyone and says, I'm gonna take a walk. I'll be back in a little while, and he's gonna head off towards the temple of the Allhammer.
Okay.
Yeah. Is anyone up, like awake there when I get there? Like, does it look like there's movement inside?
It wouldn't, and the doors would be closed as well.
Okay. Then I would just go back to the manor and wait for the morning.
Okay. And nothing particularly exciting happens in the evening, so you guys wake up.
Right. Over breakfast, Richter's gonna look at everyone and say, "Well, I'm gonna go and speak with oh God, I forgot the name already. Valletta.
Coletta.
Yeah, I'm gonna go speak with Valletta to make sure she keeps Nim inside because if they find out that it's this was caused by a nimble right, I don't want him being found.
Shall I come with you, Richter?
Anyone's welcome to come. We can meet afterwards with everyone else, or just back at the manor. I have nothing to say to Kincaid.
If you wish, I can deal with Kincaid if the rest of you wish to go and visit Nim.
That sounds like an idea.
So I mean, you could go with him, or Astrid. Uh, it doesn't make sense to let someone go around by themselves, especially after the myriad now knows who we are.
All right.
Or
I'll
we
go.
can we can I can wait to go to the temple. We could all go together.
No,
I'll
it's
just
all right. I can go with him to Kincaid, and the two of you can go see Nim. Just tell him I said hi.
Of course we will. And we can meet somewhere in the middle before we continue our search for the other one.
Okay. So everybody make a perception check.
Nope.
So at this point, you know what's happening. You, except for you, Lalith, you don't notice it, but
I mean, in all fairness, at this stage between succubus, demons, and weird people looking at me from whatever this is, I'm just going to assume someone's watching me at all times.
yeah.
Richter's just gonna try to look forward and say, "We're coming for you," and just try to taunt a little bit.
Okay. So was there anything that you wanted to say to Kincaid, or just going to give him the journal?
One, if he has started to, or has already looked into the villa, and yeah, just to make sure he gets the journal himself, and explain not about Nim, but about a rogue nimble right that was working for the family.
Okay. He does inform me that he's got people investigating the villa this morning. So.
But yeah, and it should state in the journal, obviously, that it was
Was them, yeah.
yeah. So not what you hired us to investigate, but that's one thing down.
And he sort of jokes and says, "Are you sure I can't hire you full time?"
Me, I have nothing against it, but it would be up to the rest of the group.
He just chuckles and appreciate the.
Well, I shall leave you to dealing with this mess.
And you can see like he's already going off and making notes on the journal.
Come, Zameen, let's meet up with our friends.
All right. Let's head that way.
Right. So, what did you want to discuss with Valletta?
I would just give her a heads up that um, the guards may know about the other nimble right, and Nim should stay inside, not go out on the roof really. We're working to find the other one still, and we're going to do it as fast as we can. But until then, he needs to definitely stay out of sight.
Right. And she sort of says that you guys taking ownership of him may not be such a bad idea after all.
Pass the buck as soon as possible.
Absolutely. All right. So you want to continue on your search for the nimble right?
I will show everyone where I saw it last.
Right.
Let us whip out our whirly mechanical toy of noise and more noise, and hopefully it shall lead us to a mechanical thing of noise.
All right.
Very well put.
Everybody do an investigation check.
Oh,
You don't
Jesus.
get much from the tracker.
I see nothing.
Oh my god. I have to say, I have a +0 to investigation.
Nice.
I have a
So,
+0
that
to
was awesome.
investigation as well.
Well, a 25, a 20, and a natural 20, and a 21. You guys go to the direction that Richter saw it, and you end up following the road back, and you end up sort of like in an alley towards the back of this wall here. Again, you don't really get anything um, from the device itself, but searching around um, in what is essentially a pile of uncollected garbage in an alley, you basically stumble upon a nimblewright essentially laying in the trash. Um, appears to be broken. Does not appear to be functioning at this point. Um, what you do see is that it is wearing a cloak, like the image that I showed you guys earlier. It's not red, but it is a similar sort of robe, and it just appears to be laying there, not moving.
Can we see any markings or anything that it would have been made by Nim?
Do an investigation. Another one.
Yeah, that's more like it.
I mean, everybody can do one. That's not to be just.
Investigation.
Ooh.
All right. So it's hard to say. It doesn't look exactly like Nim, but it also does look different than the ones that you saw Zord have. Also, I'm assuming you were going through and looking at its stuff, and you do find on its or in its robes a folded piece of paper, which appears to be, as you open it up,
A bomb.
a a bomb and it explodes and you're all dead. Um,
It had anthrax in it.
it is a map, which best you can tell, um, it's kind of it's a little bit difficult to decipher. It does appear to be Iman, and it does appear to be roughly somewhere, possibly the Temple District or possibly the upper slums. It's difficult to say because the map doesn't include like the walls that you'd see. So like this wall here isn't there on the map.
Wait,
Um,
are you guys on
oh, sorry,
the main map?
sorry, yeah,
No,
sorry.
yeah.
Let me
Now I
see if
am.
it. Yeah, because again, Roll20s, I had to reset it again. So this upper wall here, you guys can see that,
Mm.
is not those walls are not drawn on the map, so it's hard to tell if it's like in the Temple District or in the upper slums. Um, but there is an X. The X does mark the spot, and what is written on there is the name Fenris Stormcastle.
Do I know the name?
Does anyone know the name?
Nobody knows.
All right. Oh, I would like to offer you a deal, Matt, as a DM and me as a player trying to learn tinkering. I want to take this thing back to the manor and try to learn off of it.
Okay.
So, can I like try to just disassemble, maybe like take off like an arm in the head, and then I'll look to everyone and say we could bring the rest back to Kincaid, but I would like to be able to show this to make sure it is the one that Nim created to him, and then I would like to study it.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan to me.
That makes sense.
So I'm stuck carrying a mechanical corpse to the police station.
Pretty much.
Yep.
Okay. So you're gonna take like his head off and
Just I want to take a head and an arm, actually a head, an arm, and a leg, one of each, just to see if I could learn how it works and stuff like that, and just study it.
okay. So you're gonna take the rest of it back to Kincaid.
Yeah, and state that this was the one working for the family. So there's no need to further investigate the
The thing is,
nimble
who
rights.
who got to it first? Because if it was laying here dead, it didn't just malfunction. Someone got to it. And they may have seen that
Well,
map as well.
if the woman killed herself and had her children kill themselves, she could have simply given this thing a command to go and destroy itself.
Did we notice any markings that it could have destroyed itself?
Can I make a self-harm check?
Um, I don't think there's any way to know if it was damaged by itself or some other way. It doesn't really appear to be particularly damaged either.
Um, would I have any idea about automatrons and like what makes them run, like what makes them move?
Yeah, the majority of them, like in particular the ones that like the ones that you saw on the ships, they're essentially like it's gears, clockwork.
And
Um,
is there like a core that powers it or anything?
some of them do, and some of them essentially, like for lack of a better term, have to be wound. And there's a limit on how long that they can function. Um, Nim himself is quite different, given that he was created by what appears to be a combination of sort of clockwork and magic, as
All
he
right.
was what
So,
what
God,
Valletta
sorry.
believes that he was created by a mage. So
Can I just, as I'm like taking the pieces off that I want, can I look to see if this is one that has like turner to make sure it runs, or should I?
You probably there you can't get access to anything internally without taking it apart at the moment. But
Okay. All right. Well then, Layla, you want to try to shove it in the bag, and we could go ask Nim how it works, and if he could tell us how it was destroyed.
I don't think I can shove the entire thing in the bag unless we completely dismantle it. And even then, the
I thought the
main
bag was 2 foot wide.
and the main body.
yeah, he's wider
They
than
look
2
kind of
feet.
skinny to me.
They are skinny, but they're not 2 feet skinny.
Okay. Well, I'll throw another cloak over it so it doesn't look like he's carrying a robot.
No, just a body instead.
Yeah, just a body. Yeah, just a dead body. Yeah.
Crumple it up in a ball.
Oh, I get the best jobs.
So you're gonna take it back to the temple then
Apparently.
instead?
I would like to get it identified and see if the creator could tell us how it was destroyed.
So what? I'm doing that with something that looks like a body.
You might want to take the long way around because you probably don't want to go through the military district with it. You probably want to go through the erudite quarter
I'm
and then
doing
the central
that,
district. Yeah,
then that, with something that
pretty much.
looks like a body.
Which will probably take a couple hours. Yeah.
And how much does this thing weigh?
Not enough that it's a problem for you. I mean, maybe 200 pounds.
Hmm. Yeah, I can carry that.
Probably less than that though. So we'll say that you essentially go through there uneventful, but you get some weird looks. But I mean, most people in Amman are on about their business. They don't really care.
I'll when we get back there, I'll look for Valletta again and just tell her that we want to make sure we got the right one. If Nim could like identify it.
Okay. So she leads you all up to the attic. And just because it's getting somewhat late here, he explains that does appear to be the one that he created. It looks like his central core was destroyed. He's not sure how. It appears to be fire damage internally, which he admits could have been a fault of his own creation, like just something that he did wrong. But he's not really sure. As a reward for doing the task that was asked, Valletta does say that if you would like to take Nim back to your house, you can. But she also, because they are tinkerers, she's got 4 things that she would let you choose from that are little tinkering items. Some of them are better than others, so I'll start with the stupid ones first. There is a matchless pipe. It is a switch made of flint that is built into the bowl of the smoking pipe, and you just flip the switch, and the pipe lights itself. I don't think any of you smoke pipes, so not all that useful. The
Richter
other
will
one
take
is
it up.
the other one is a barking box, which is a metal cube. It's about 6 inches on a side, and has a crank on the top. And if you wind it up, it will activate the box for 8 hours. When it's activated, the box barks whenever it detects vibrations within 15 feet, as long as the box and the source of the vibrations are in contact with the same ground or substance. A switch on one side of the box sets the device to emit either a small dog's bark or a large dog's bark. So you can, I mean, that might be somewhat useful if you're going to the Underdark. I can't really see any other purpose that it would have.
You could use it as a
d-
distraction tool.
Could be. The next two are a little bit more interesting. There are adjustable stilts. The stilts take 1 minute to put on or remove. They increase the height of any humanoid wearing them by 2 to 5 feet. Each stilt weighs 8 pounds and is 1 foot long when they are fully collapsed. Or the one I personally think is the coolest, which I'm assuming you'll probably take, is a backpack parachute. So a humanoid wearing this piece of gear can deploy the parachute as a reaction while falling or as an action otherwise. The parachute requires at least 10 feet of unoccupied space to be deployed, and it doesn't open fast enough to slow a fall of less than 60 feet. So it has to be higher than 60 feet or it doesn't work.
And where was this a few sessions ago?
Right? If it has sufficient time and space to deploy properly, the parachute allows its wearer to land without taking any falling damage. Once it is used, it takes 10 minutes to repack, but it does not have a single use. You can just keep using it.
Yeah, that's my vote.
Okay,
Yeah,
I figured
definitely.
as much.
Yep.
You know what the bark box? Come on.
I mean, a guard dog sounds nice, but
Or matchless pipe. All right. So yeah. So you now have a backpack parachute.
Richter will suggest whoever has fly cast on them has that in case it gets interrupted.
No concentration?
Fly has concentration.
That's what I'm saying. Like you lose
Oh
concentration.
yeah.
Or if, say, Lilith is crossing a bridge.
Yes.
Yep.
Take the back. All right. So are you taking Nim back to your house?
Yes, if those
I vote
three,
yes.
if just want to say, if you three are taking Nim back in his possessions, I'll take the Nimble Right corpse to Kincaid, and that'll get that off. But the hunt
we should
for op.
probably dress Nim up and kind of try and disguise him a little bit so we don't have a giant Nimblewright walking with us.
Just put them on him.
So where are you gonna put? Where do you want to put him? Do you want to put him in the basement? Do you want to put him in the attic, attic storage?
The library study, and then he can. I mean, the thing doesn't sleep or anything, right?
Nope.
Yeah, so the library, it can stay in the library and have conversations with Ilbert all the time, or it has free reign of my room if ever wants to go in.
And like I said,
Yeah, it can wander.
it can use the lathe if it wants to start creating things.
You're just gonna wake up in the middle of the night and there's gonna be this this Nimblewright in your room, like creating things.
All right. Well, for now he'll be in there with Ilbert.
Plus, we've got another sparring partner.
All right. So one final thing before we end this evening. I'm going to make the executive decision that you're going to ask Kincaid who Fenris Stormcastle is when you take the body in there. And he does actually know that, which is why I'm telling you to ask or making you ask. Fenris Stormcastle is a lamplighter in the evenings, and he is currently in trouble with the law. And that is where we will end this.